We'll get started in just a minute. Oh boy, people listen to me. That's a first. Hardly know what to do. Good morning, everyone. I'm Becky Humphreys. I chair the commission and chair the finance committee. And we're going to start off with our finance committee this morning. Before we do that, we've got a new commissioner, but maybe we'll wait for the beginning of the commission meeting to introduce him as he comes in. He was announced, Mark was announced, Commissioner Eyster was announced by the governor's office right after our last commission meeting. So with that, we're going to kick off the finance committee. Dan, are you? There we go. I think we're going to go over law enforcement division today.
We are. So appreciate the opportunity to join you again. Dan Lord, Chief of Finance and Operations Division. A little bit of repeat information, but I'm also trying to provide some updates, incorporate some of the budget process that's about to ramp up leading into fiscal year 27. So as you're aware, our intent has been to cycle through the divisions during this Finance Committee report out. And as we move through the divisions, we're also going to transition a little bit from the emphasis solely on Game and Fish Protection Fund and start to emphasize some of the other fund sources within the divisions. Today's focus is on the important work done through the Law Enforcement Division, some of their challenges and an overview of their budget, which includes the Game and Fish Protection Fund, the state's general fund, and a mix of federal funding. Next month we'll be joined by the Forest Resources Division, and then in April the Parks and Recreation Division. So happy to have Gerald and Brandon here with me to co-present. A couple things just to make the commission aware of since I joined you in January. Work projects was actually a topic I had on last month's slide, and I took it off. And as you can see, there's been some back and forth, but let me back up for a second and just articulate what a work project is. So with normal appropriations, unless funding is identified as capital outlay, you only have 1 year to spend those funds. And a work project is a tool to carry forward unspent funding into the next fiscal year without lapsing it. It's an important tool because you can't always implement purchases, construction activities, things like that within 1 year. Historically, it's been a straightforward process of reviews and approvals through the House and Senate. But last fall, I'd say unprecedented, at least in my time with the department, is that the House denied or voted down fiscal year 25 work projects to roll into fiscal year 26. And at the state level, that was $645 million worth of funding. Specifically for our agency, it was a little over $6 million. Since then, there's been a series of legal actions from an AG opinion that reinstated those funds for about a week. The House then sued, and currently these funds are paused in the Court of Claims. So we're kind of waiting to see how that process plays out. We've got a couple of supplemental windows for meetings. So if they side on, and I'll say that the Governor AG's side, those funds will be reinstated. If they don't, we'll try to make another request for a later supplemental this year. Another important milestone in the budget process occurred on January 15th. That was the Consensus Revenue Estimating Conference, which is an event that is typically held twice a year, January and May, and it's really to provide projections on the general fund. It influences not only our current fiscal year, but future fiscal year of 2027. The update that we saw in January is very important for the governor's recommended budget for 27, which is actually going to be released later today. And what we saw in January is a decrease in the state's general fund of roughly $2 billion for the remainder of fiscal year 26 and fiscal year 27. The reason for these lower projections, it's a mix of different changes. Some are the tax laws, both at the state and federal levels. That includes, the road funding plan that was implemented this fiscal year, which shifted about $2 billion of state funding towards roads, which affects different revenue streams. And then there's the continued changes that we're seeing with federal policy and federal programs, which the state has to make up for specifically, I should say primarily in the Medicaid healthcare cost as a result of reduced federal funding. So the governor will release fiscal year 27 this afternoon. She'll have our State of the State address on the 25th. And I'm really putting a little bit of an emphasis on the general fund because you'll see how it plays into law enforcement's division, which you'll see in a few minutes here. I'm not going to go through every step in this budget cycle. You can see correlation with different activities throughout the year. I think the primary takeaway is that it is a year-long process. The white boxes kind of represent internal activities in which we work with the state budget office. We submit our requests not only for general fund, but for state restricted funds. And the goal of any agency is to get into the governor's recommended budget. So that will happen again later today. And then I'll be incorporating maybe some of these later steps because the governor's budget is really one of three versions. The House will have their version and the Senate will have their version. So just wanted to give you a sense of what some other updates might include later on as I continue to join you. The next three slides, this is all repeat information that we've been talking about since January. So this slide, again, big picture from the department level for our current fiscal year of where the funding comes from. So a couple of slices just to put an emphasis on today to lead into the law enforcement is the federal funds, which you can see any given year, 15 to 20% of the department's overall budget comes from federal sources. I'll then talk about game and fish, which we've been talking about, another key component within law enforcement division there at 16%. And then the state's general fund, which I just talked about on the last slide. While it is representative 14% of our budget, again, in the entirety of the state's general fund, the department receives less than 1% of what's available and derived from the tax base. The other slices are the remaining restricted funds, which equate to about 62% of the state's budget, which come from a wide range of different sources. And by the term restricted, they come from certain places and it only can be used for certain activities. This next slide you've seen before as well, where the funding goes. Again, so a reflection of current appropriation authority and legislation. And this really depicts our divisions and our programs. So a lot of these names are self-indicative of the areas that they represent. And again, just maybe pointing out law enforcement, which is today's focus. And then one last slide before I turn it over is a very specific zoom in on the Game and Fish Protection Fund. You've seen this before as well. And we've articulated some of those smaller slices that beyond just a name, some of the activities that they support. You heard from Fisheries Division in November. You heard from Wildlife last month. And then today is law enforcement. With that, I will turn it over to Chief Keith.
Good morning, Chair Humphreys. Let me get that a little closer. Good morning, Chair Humphreys, Director Bowen, Commissioners, and anyone else in attendance today. We will talk a little bit more detail about the Law Enforcement Division's budget. Thanks to Dan for getting us kicked off there. I also have Assistant Chief Gerald Thayer here with me today to share some slides and some other points of focus. So with this first chart you're looking at here, it's kind of split up in thirds. I like to view it kind of in thirds. The first lighter blue color there, upper left-hand corner, is the game and fish appropriation that we receive. That's roughly 36% of LED's budget. Obviously, a lot of the work we do are in the game and fish realm. We do get 34% of our budget, again, about another third, in general fund. We'll talk more in detail about some of those funds a little bit later. That bottom third is broken up into a lot of different little funds. The biggest chunk being federal funds, which we will also point out later, the emphasis on why that federal chunk is important to us. That federal chunk is going to include things like hunter education, marine enforcement on the water, and other factors. We have state marine there as well, some ORV breakdown that deals with our ORV education, but also our ORV trail enforcement is in that list as well as our snowmobile enforcement and snowmobile education. There's a little tiny sliver there at the bottom of body-worn cameras. That's a separate appropriation that LED receives. And that's just a small portion of our budget, but a very necessary portion. See here.
Was that funding a separate appropriation? Is that it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Separate appropriation that we sought to outfit all of our staff with the body worn cameras.
Okay.
On this next slide, you'll notice that our payroll is a large chunk. That's roughly 75% of what we do is basically being out there, our payroll. Another 10%, that small chunk of fleet right up there in light blue, is also a big chunk. So just to kind of imagine it this way, you've got 75% your people and how you pay them, and 10% how they get where they need to go. So you got 85% with boots on the ground and vehicles to get them there. That's a lot of your budget spent with not a whole lot of room for other things, right? So our maintenance and repairs, supplies, operations is 7%. Some of our equipment is 3%. When we face tough times, it's very tough to cut in those little small chunks without cutting people or vehicles. So our information technology is also listed there at 3%. That has been ongoing, kind of growing a little bit over the course of time. Obviously, law enforcement's changed a lot over 20 plus years. Pose that to be a lot bigger than that. Actually, this chart's a little bit misleading in that realm, but we spend 51% responding, like on the right here, responding to complaints of violations, proactive patrols, but also important, public education. We go to stakeholder meetings, we attend special events. It's not all about being out there and writing tickets and doing the enforcement. We're doing a lot of education in that time frame as well. So aside from that 51%, the next biggest chunk there in green is labeled as our general law enforcement training, dispatch, and support services. That doesn't mean that this is all just general law enforcement that's being done here. Our support services staff supports all of our operations, our fish and game operations, our ORV operations, snowmobile operations, everything that we do. So a big chunk of this goes to, of course, funding our dispatch center, our 16, or I shouldn't say the last chunk, but another big chunk there in blue is our recreational enforcement and education. That's what I talked about earlier. That's our hunter education classes, our boating, snowmobile, ORV education, as well as our enforcement in that realm. So we, as conservation officers, we do a lot more than just the fishing game work. It's, of course, ORVs, snowmobiles, boating, hunter education, all that is included in that piece for our recreational enforcement. And then that last little tiny 2% that deals with special investigations. Those are just like your high level, larger poaching cases that take a lot of time and effort. We have a special investigations unit that handles some of those larger scale cases. And I'm going to turn it over to Assistant.
we've had 35% raise in costs, and you see that 75% of the cost of LED is in wages. So they've basically passed the increased cost to us, but not given us commensurate revenue. That is not tied to 3% inflation every year. Is that accurate?
That seems accurate to me, sir.
I have a quick question. Boating safety, you had it up, I was part of that blue.
Yeah.
Is that also the grants that run through to county sheriffs? Do they run through law enforcement or they run through the
they-
other?
They
Okay.
run through FOD.
Okay,
Yep. So, yep, those are not included in that slide.
but you also get a portion of that federal funding for boating safety, correct or no?
Correct.
And has it been resolved? I think we lost that funding last year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about that later in the presentation, but yes, we did lose it for a short bit in 2025. And then it was given back to us, but we're still always, wondering how that's going to go for 2026 because that money hasn't been allocated.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Chair Humphreys, Director, Commissioners, good morning. Just a few slides on our field operations that the budget does support. We have 241 sworn conservation officers paid for by the DNR. Should be noted that this does not include 12 additional detectives assigned to our environmental investigations section, as that's paid for by Eagle. We do work very closely with those individuals though. Not all these 241 COs are responding to complaints and conducting regular patrols. Our civilian staff, as an example, isn't in the public eye, but they are super critical to our operations. They handle countless calls through our Report All Poaching hotline. They organize and carry out financial functions, procure equipment, handle FOIA requests and other legal matters. They assist with recreational safety class education, document training requirements, and many other administrative functions. Just draw a note to the picture on the slide right now. That's from the Women in Law Enforcement Conference in Grand Rapids in 2024. Pictured there are both sworn and civilian staff. We are not only a team, but we are a family. When our COs respond to critical incidents like the horrific Grand Blanc church shooting, our dispatchers and civilian staff, they feel the weight of that. Certainly saddened by the loss of life, but also proud that many lives were saved by the actions of our conservation officer that day and the other first responders that were on scene. Currently, there are 10 field districts across the state. The color-coded map on the right illustrates the boundaries of those districts. Typical numbers are and pop. One covers the entire UP and the northern lower peninsula, while the other covers the southern lower peninsula where the population base is significantly higher. Other units that handle specialized statewide field operations include the Great Lakes Enforcement Unit, the Special Investigations Unit, and Environmental Services Unit. As one example of the fine work that these units do, our Great Lakes Enforcement Unit does a fantastic job locating and pulling ghost fishing nets. Those are nets that have broken free from their anchorage or have been lost out in the Great Lakes. By pulling these nets, they save countless tons of fish and protect our fish. We also have other units such as the recreational safety section and training and employment section that both have sworn and civilian staff. As an example of the work done by our recreational safety section, is the countless safety classes that are conducted every year throughout the entire state to ensure we are fielding the safest hunters in our history. In 2025, COs recorded over 377,000 contacts. If you recall, earlier slides show that just over 50% of our payroll was spent on fish and game protection. The contacts recorded in 2025 reaffirm those statistics. Just under 50% of our contacts were in the fish and game realm of our work. Weather, of course, in Michigan, weather plays a factor in field contacts. Funding does as well. When snowfall is high and snowmobile activity is up, obviously we make more contacts in that program. When marine funding is delayed for months, as occurred in 2025, marine contacts decrease significantly. One thing that is very consistent year to year is a low percentage of our contacts end with any enforcement action. Less than 3% in 24 and 25 have ended in enforcement action. That means 97% of our contacts are friendly and happy, and we're just out there talking with the hunters, the anglers, and the public, maybe sharing secret fishing spots. As for those that do end in some type of enforcement action, we typically end those contacts with handshakes and thanks for being fair and treating people with dignity and respect. As for some of those that might not go so well, they are very few and far between and typically involve our frequent flyers or very egregious situations. I'll turn it back over to Chief. Thank you.
All right. So LED, the main purpose of this slide is to show LED is a major supporting division within the department. You can see by the slide up above, the first bullet point, our Belle Isle operations. We've been on Belle Isle helping out with the Parks and Recreation staff since 2014. I was assigned down there during that time as a conservation officer. Remember getting to know that island, and you know, now many years later, we're still carrying out that operation down on Belle Isle and doing a great job. As well as that park assistance is statewide. We have patrols at Silver Lake, at Grand Haven. We help out the Parks Division in a lot of areas, as well as currently our training and employment staff are helping out the Parks and Rec Academy currently up at the Ram Center or up at Kirtland Community College. So we also partner with our Wildlife Division, assist in game enforcement. We complete numerous inspections, also handle nuisance animal complaints, other things that are in the wildlife realm. We coordinate with our Fisheries Division to monitor commercial and tribal fishing. As AC Thayer mentioned, the Great Lakes Enforcement Unit is very critical in that role. And then our field staff deals with a lot of the sport fishing regulation enforcement and partnering with their local biologists to handle like net or shocking surveys when they're available. Helps put an additional person on the boat when we can. We assist our Forest Resources Division on state land issues involving resource damage, dispersed camping, timber theft. Those last two, dispersed camping complaints and timber theft, happen to be a pretty big topic these days. We seem to have more cases in timber theft than I recall early in my career. And we're working with the AG to deal with some of those and hold those people accountable, as well as our dispersed camping complaints. In Northern Michigan, we see a lot more dispersed camping complaints than we had dealt with in years past. So our officers spend a great deal of time on that as well. Lastly, our training and employment portion there, as Gerald also mentioned, our training and employment, our recreational safety, and our civilian staff members play critical roles to assisting other divisions. Some of our assists go to helping out with FOIA, answering legal questions, and providing guidance to other divisions and other realms. We also teach recreational safety classes to some of the other divisions as well, mainly PRD and some of the other ones that reach out to us for boater safety or snowmobile safety, because they have also units that work on those trails. This slide kind of hits home to me. LED's been experiencing a mission expansion over the last 20 years. Like early in my career, you didn't see the conservation officers doing as much expansion of duties as you do now. Our COs are all MCOL certified, which stands for the Michigan Commission on Law Enforcement Standards. They're all certified as peace officers. They're versatile in their training, their skill set, and their equipment. This makes them very valuable law enforcement officers, especially in rural areas. We've had a number of increased life-saving events over the course of the last 15, 20 years. A lot of emergency response to injury crashes. A lot of local law enforcement in northern Michigan and areas have had to cut staff, and we do respond to critical incidences when we're out there. We back up other law enforcement agencies when they are on critical calls. Just getting notifications on one of those last night was a prime example of that. Just a simple domestic that went a little further than it should have. And our officer was first on the scene to that incident. So our rural community policing responsibilities, as just mentioned, an increase in search and rescue events, like I mentioned earlier on in the slide. Also fitting into this, you heard AC Thayer talk about the Grand Blanc shooting, that our officer happened to be driving by that church in that community working that day when that incident occurred. So you'll have that officer, I'm sure, here for a number of awards down the road, but very lucky to have the trained staff that we have to do the events that we do out there to help out other law enforcement. So it's not just fish and game work. It is a very, very high amount of fish and game work, but still they have an expanded mission that has changed a lot over the last 20 years. And all that's possible due to the increases in general fund. I think that people recognize the service we provide and that we are valuable in those communities. So that would not be possible without the ability to get the general fund we have through our partners. I'm going to close out the presentation with kind of an analogy. It might be a little corny, but it rings true here. Our budget is like a three-legged stool, in my opinion. That first bullet is kind of the definition of a three-legged stool. It offers superior stability even on uneven surfaces. So when all the legs are in place, it's as solid as you can get. We provide an incredible service to other divisions and to the citizens of the state of Michigan, even during tough times. However, recalling back to our appropriations, you'll remember that three major funds make up that stool and keep it strong. It's fish and game, general fund, and remember, a lot of federal fund comes into play there as well. Without one of those, that stool is fundamentally unstable and it topples. This was almost a reality in 2025 when our federal Marine funding was in jeopardy. Luckily, our partners in other divisions came to our aid for a short time until we could support that stool again. That's the teamwork that all these divisions provide each other. However, if LED is faced with a severe hit to federal funding, fish and game, or our general fund dollars, we'd be in serious trouble. If you remember, if you remember, our spending mainly is on boots on the ground and the vehicles that get them the transportation to get where they need to go. Any major decrease in any one of these fund sources is going to topple that stool. Big part of that was that decrease that Dan talks about in the $2 billion projections for general fund. If you notice, we had a third of our budget in that category, and we are the biggest receiver of general funds for the department. That means all those critical services that we just pointed out that we provide won't have the funding to do. So that's a big hit to us. And again, a stool without three legs, it topples, and inevitably that impact will fall on all those people sitting on that stool. That's our staff, all of our COs, all of our civilian staff. Without those fundings in place, you saw that fund, that you saw that breakdown of payroll and fleet. If we don't have those funds in place, we lose our people, and our people are our biggest resource. With that, I'll open it up to any other questions.
Commissioners? Boy, you must have covered it really well today. Well done. Thank you.
We appreciate the time. Thanks.
I would just make a quick commentary, I guess. Once again, I think this is an area where the commission can use our platform to support you with our partners, state legislature. And I know that these are a couple of things that some of the commissioners and myself have been talking about, trying to amplify our in areas that might not have direct where we can lend support to you and your team on this issue and other issues as well. So I would just kind of throw that out there.
We appreciate that. Any support you guys can provide would be wonderful.
Commissioner Ridley?
Yeah, just a quick question. A couple of years ago, when I became a commissioner, we found out that there was a bill, House or Senate, I'm not sure, that they were going to try to put hunter safety into schools as an elective. Like, I think boater safety is in schools. It's not elective, it's just a class they take during phys ed. But I thought it was a fantastic idea to get more kids educated, gun safety, all the things that come with hunter safety. Do you have an update on that bill?
Yeah, that bill did pass.
Mm-hmm.
And we're excited about that as well, because we have some staff that can get into those schools and help those teachers teach some of those classes, or at least guide them. And having that force of teachers who are very highly trained in educating students already, we just got to give them the tools to help them educate on those things that we're passionate about. And we're excited about that relationship. So
When does that begin? Do you,
ooh. I might have to phone a friend on that one. Lieutenant Wanless, I think, is in the audience here. He probably has a better idea on that one.
and that is an elective, they get credit for that class? Excellent, thank you.
It's a good idea that came back. We used to do that in the state. We've moved away from it, and it's a nice convenient way to have students do it. And good plan. I am concerned, general fund, not only general fund, but at the federal level. I mean, you guys, as you mentioned, you've got all three legs of the stool that are a little shaky right now between game and fish, running thin. Federal funds, whisper funds are constantly looked at the federal level as the administration is cutting funds and holding grants, as well as boating safety. And now our state general fund is not looking real rosy in the days ahead. So thank you for all you do. Commissioner Nyberg.
Coming in late, sorry. But I asked a similar question, I think back in October, when you presented. And I'm wondering how this relates to law enforcement, and that relates to the Waterways Commission and whether or not they are looking at other vessels on inland waterways or the Great Lakes that are currently not, they're using boat ramps, they're parking. Law enforcement is probably educating those recreating members of the public about safety or, other types of enforcement activities. So it's taking their time and resources, but they're not paying into the system like motorized vessels. So I'm curious if there have been conversations with your discussions with the state and relating to the budget overall on whether there's an opportunity to increase revenue in that regard.
No, I appreciate the follow-up. I've presented in a very similar manner to the Waterways Commission back in December. I think I've mentioned to this group before too, kind of the silver lining with the gas tax change is the 2% that's tied into the state's constitution that is going to come back to the department. So that helps. Watercraft registration is an ongoing topic with that commission, which hasn't been addressed since 1993. So I think might have more to share next month when we come back. But I know that our legislative liaison has taken commissioners in to have specific meetings, in attempts to maybe look for a bill sponsor for that particular package.
Commissioner Walter.
Just a comment. In today's world, we hear some that like to degrade the law enforcement in our country and our state. And especially, I hate the DNR kind of stuff. And I greatly appreciate you bringing forward the types of things that your law enforcement group and COs are facing on a day-to-day basis, and the contacts they make much more positive than what some people want to report. So greatly appreciate that. And please thank all of your staff for the fine work they do.
I just have one last thing, and go ahead.
I was just going to say, we appreciate that comment. And, today you're in luck, Commissioner, because there's a lot of them in the room to hear some awards that are coming up next. So
There are.
you'll also have that ability to thank them yourself, sir.
Just on the hunter safety thing, at what age or what class grade is that introduced to students?
Lieutenant Wanless, is it really tied to a specific age? I didn't think it was tied to a specific age.
Okay, thank you.
It's always nice to have the person who's handling all of our rec safety classes in the audience today. Thank you, sir.
Any other comments, questions? Well, my thanks also. Law enforcement has always been the face of the DNR out in the field many times, and greatly appreciate you not only doing the enforcement, but the education. It's what makes it special out there. And I've worked alongside many officers that get a thank you at the end of the conversation. And that's pretty rare talent to be able to do that. So thank you much, all of you, for your service.
And thank you, Chair. We appreciate it.
All right, we are (10:07). I think we'll move right into the committee of the whole, unless commissioners, do you need a quick break or are we good? All right, we're gonna roll right into this. Committee of the whole, it is 10:08. Call the meeting to order. As I mentioned earlier, we have an additional or a new commissioner joining us today. I'll let him say a little bit about himself, but it's Commissioner Mark Eister, and Mark the commissioner was named right after, I think the day after our last commission meeting, but we are pleased to have him. He takes the position that was formerly held by Commissioner Dave Anthony. So, Mark, you want to tell us a little bit about yourself, sir?
Sure.
Where you're from?
Excuse me. Yeah, I didn't prepare anything, but I should have expected this. I have lived in Michigan for 61 of my 63 years, and grew up in Williamston, Michigan. Bounced around for a few years, and I've lived back in Williamston for the last 20 years, just about. Started fishing and hunting at a young age. Continue to fish and hunt, not quite as much as I did earlier, but love the outdoors. I was an administrative law judge with the state of Michigan for about 20 years, and I'm still an attorney. Sort of retired from the state. And it's an honor to be appointed to this commission. So, thank you.
We're glad to have you. Welcome aboard. And you'll have lots of time to tell us more about yourself in the days ahead as we work through many issues. Folks, we are live streamed today, so I was reminded before the meeting that as you talk into your microphones, 3 inches is what we're going for, so they can pick it up on the live stream. And for all of you that come up later today to testify, you will be also live streamed along with us. So we're pleased to have that be active and live at this point in time. Also, please silence your phones, just like a movie theater in here. We growl at people whose phones start to ring during the meeting. With that, let's go through and Commissioner Walters, we'll go right down the line and allow people to introduce themselves.
John Walters, I'm from Indian River, Michigan.
Pete Erdley, Kent County, Michigan.
I actually am Becky Humphreys and I Lowell, Michigan.
I'm Scott Bowen of Grand Rapids, Michigan, and live stream is brought to you today by Brad and our own team. Special thanks to MUCC for doing it for the last 10 years or better. And we do want to shout out to them for all the time and effort that they put into that. And thanks for our guys stepping up and live streaming going forward. So thank you.
Good morning, Brandon Fewens from Traverse City.
Good morning, David Nyberg from Marquette.
Hi, good morning. Nathan Gamble here on behalf of the Department of Attorney General.
All right, with that, can I get a motion to approve the agenda for today?
So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The agenda is approved. How about approval of the minutes?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
any edits or comments beyond what's been sent in already? Yes.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner?
just a note that I'll be abstaining since I was not present at the January.
Okay. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. The minutes are approved. And that was from the January 14th, 2025 meeting. Guess I should work off the right agenda here. It's not like repeating January in your notes here. I take a motion to elect a vice chair of this commission.
I nominate Dave Nyberg.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
And I would like to close nominations.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed, the same. Congratulations, Commissioner Nyberg. We are thrilled to have you as our vice chair. And with that, Director, I'm going to turn it over to you for the director's report.
Thank you, Chair Humphreys. Appreciate it. We're LED all day today. Our conservation officers are here. Some of them, we have 251 of them, but some are here because of their work, and we're going to recognize a few of them today. They conduct a variety of duties throughout the day that support the mission of the department. Their duties range from hunter and angler checks to snowmobile and marine patrols, as well as protecting the natural resources and citizens of this great state. And we talked about budget earlier, but one of the things that made that takedown of the shooter in that parking lot in Grand Blanc was we had an officer there, well-trained, equipped, and capable. And that takes resources, that takes money. And he saved a bunch of lives, as did some of these guys that we're going to talk about today. In addition, our conservation officers often respond to a wide range of activities, including general criminal crimes and emergencies, while carrying out their resource protection duties. All of this work is done without much fanfare or recognition. The officers know that each and every day they are attending to and carrying out their duties, their lives could be at risk. There are also occasions where our conservation officers save the life of someone who has fallen into harm's way. They do this honorably without consideration for their own safety. I'd like to bring up Chief Keefe to tell us about a couple of those circumstances.
Morning again. So I don't typically talk on script, but some of these are such details in some of these awards that I don't want to miss any of them. I do also have Assistant Chief Gerald Thayer with me up here to help me with one thing I want to mention before the awards, and it's important to mention. Well, I guess my first thing to mention is Director made comment that some of the COs are here today, and those in the audience who do a lot of hunting and fishing probably think to themselves, man, I have not seen a conservation officer in the woods ever. And 12 of them here today, right? Oh, that's the family that we have, right? And also just because you haven't seen us doesn't mean we haven't seen you. So with that said, I also want to point out a couple things before these awards. We have a lot of family in the room as well who come to support these officers. And the reason I want to point that out is because family is super important in the law enforcement division. They have flexible schedules. They work a lot of hours that vary in time. They miss a lot of dinners. They miss a lot of special events. They miss a lot of kids' activities. And without their families, their parents, their wives, their husbands, that's not possible. So all of the families play a huge critical role in what these officers do. So I want to point that out before we get into these. But the first award I'm going to present is a life-saving award to Conservation Officer Kyle McQueer. So if I can get Kyle up here and the members of his support staff from our District 7. So anybody District 7 in attendance, we have Sergeant Holmes and Sergeant Mooney, who is our acting lieutenant in District 7, while we borrow Lieutenant Thayer as our acting assistant chief. So again, I'll try to summarize this event. We want to recognize Kyle McQueer with the division's life-saving award for his actions in saving a life. This event took place on October 17th, 2024. Kyle was actually in and around his residence. This also is a thing that we hear lots of, right? Our officers work and live in the communities that they work and serve in. So Kyle was close to home. In fact, I think less than a mile from his house when this call went out. He responded to a subject that was unconscious, not breathing, with no pulse. He showed up within minutes of the call going out. He arrived, was directed to a detached garage where he recognized this individual, unconscious, not breathing, no pulse. He right away hooked up his automated external defibrillator, or his AED. It advised a shock. The patient was shocked. He started CPR, which is 100% textbook for us. And he even sent a bystander back to get his first aid kit to continue with further medical care and continue with CPR. As emergency responders arrived on scene, this individual regained consciousness, and he was transported. When EMS arrived, they transported him to the hospital for further medical treatment. It is my honor to present Kyle McQueer with the division's life-saving award for his actions in this emergency situation. Please join me in congratulating CO Kyle McQueer. So as always, I offer up, if Kyle, his sergeant, or his acting lieutenant have any words that they want to share. Anybody? Like always, they usually don't, but I will turn this over to AC Thayer.
Just real quick, this is not your first life-saving award, correct? Yeah, so when Kyle was new to the department, one of the first things he did, he was assigned special assignment up in the west end of the UP near the Pictured Rocks, and we all are familiar with the cliffs up there. A subject, an elder lady, had stumbled and kind of went over the cliff and was just hanging on by some brush. And I can't remember if she would have continued falling, how do you remember how many feet? 70 feet. So probably wouldn't have been a good outcome. Kyle was able to not only locate her, but then working with his partner was able to get her up off the cliff safely. So this is a second life-saving award. I just want to bring that out. Anytime, Kyle, you're ready to go. I think the term we have in District 7 is you call, we haul. So congratulations, nice work.
Thanks to Kyle's family, his wife Erica, parents, and in-laws also for being in attendance today, and we appreciate all that. All right, our second award, we're gonna do here is our Distinguished Service Awards. They're going to CO Jason McCullough and CO James Nason. CO McCullough and CO Nason actually work in separate districts, but are just across the county line from each other. So CO McCullough works in Calhoun County, which is part of our District 8. And CO Nason works in District 7, which is the same district that McQueer works in. So that's why you got a lot of support staff up here as well. We'll add to the already people we had up here today and add Lieutenant Nichols to that group. He would oversee district operations in our District 8, which is where CO McCullough is assigned. All right. AC Thayer says we're ready to go here. So I'm pleased to present the Distinguished Service Awards to COs Jason McCullough and CO James Nason for their heroic actions on July 14th, 2025, responding to an armed individual at the Fort Custer recreation area. They were responding to the call of an armed individual who was threatening harm to themselves and those around him, stating that he would kill civilians, law enforcement, and anyone who tried to find him. Upon arrival at the Fort Custer recreation area, which you all can imagine is a big area with a lot of campsites and a lot of people recreating, especially on July 14th. Upon arrival, CO Nation coordinated with the Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Office and the Michigan State Police to locate the general area where the subject was hiding. He was able to use his intimate knowledge of the area to help position responding units around a boat launch and determine where search efforts should be concentrated. CO McCullough arrived and was tasked with evacuating the remaining folks from our day use area and coordinating those evacuations with our Parks and Recreation Division staff. While continuing to coordinate the search, CO Nason recognized that two fishermen were in the area and were in the area of threat and were in need to be evacuated with priority. At that point, CO Nason and a Richland Township police officer, at great risk to their own safety, provided security for CO McCullough to launch his patrol boat and escort the fishermen back to the boat launch safely. While CO Nason updated his chain of command and formulated a plan, that's when CO McCullough located the subject. The subject was coming out of the woods. CO McCullough happened to be driving through the area with a pretty good projection of where he was at. Came out of the woods and he contacted CO Nason and they responded immediately to the location. And if memory serves me right, this position was a person across the dam with one of you on either side of that individual. And remind, this individual was armed. So we've got COs with an individual boxed in at the Eagle Lake Dam, and I think some other units came back to assist at that point. They established a perimeter. Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Office did attempt to talk to the suspect for over 2 hours unsuccessfully. So imagine being on point for 2 hours with that individual close to you, armed and ready to go. And with the threats they've already made, it's a pretty tough position to be in. The subject ended up taking his own life despite life-saving measures that were rendered. While this isn't the anticipated outcome that we wanted in this situation, no one else was harmed in the action. That was due greatly in part to our officers being there and being able to coordinate this effort. I mean, we had a full campground of people, a day use area, and a lot of people who could have been harmed by this individual if they walk out of the woods in the wrong spot. So I also want to recognize, he's not here in attendance today, but Captain Malik also responded to that scene. We had a lot of command staff that supported this event, including those people standing here today. That is the unsung job of the lieutenants and the sergeants, right? They're not usually the ones in the mix, but they are the ones providing the guidance behind the scenes. So thank you to our sergeants and lieutenants and Captain Malik for arriving on the scene and helping where necessary. It is my honor to present these prestigious awards to CO James Nason and CO Jason McCullough for their selfless and tireless actions to endure to ensure no one was left in danger despite numerous hazards under extraordinary conditions. Thank you. Just also in attendance, we do have CO Nason's wife, his sister, and his parents also in attendance. Again, that family that runs deep for LAD. Those people should be thankful for these awards as well, because without them, these officers aren't out doing what they're doing. So thank you for that. Thanks.
Chief, could you come on back up? We got one more to give out. The backbone of the DNR Hunter Education Program is the volunteer instructors. These volunteer instructors are located throughout the state and provide invaluable training to Michigan citizens and future hunters. Our over 1,200 volunteer instructors assist the DNR in building and improving relationships and partnerships with Michigan citizens. Their presence within the community helps fellow citizens understand the issues impacting modern wildlife management and the need for safe and responsible hunting practices. I would like to bring back up Chief Keep, who will present this 40-year teaching award to a very dedicated volunteer who is with us today.
My light on my mic wasn't lighting up. I was thinking that you were silencing me over there from the corner. All right. Sorry about that. I didn't know we were doing those in conjunction, but this is very fitting that we're doing them in conjunction, and I'll tell you why here in a second. So I want to call up our recreation safety folks. We have Lieutenant Tom Wanless, Captain Jen Wolf, and Erica Moore, who help out critically with our recreational safety. And I'm going to call up our award recipient, Jane Gordon, as well. So again, I'm going to read on script here, but I'll also explain the relationship that we all have with Jane, and the members in the back of the room also have with Jane. So volunteer instructors donate countless hours to help support the DNR's mission. They play a critical role in training the next generation of hunters. In 2025, our volunteer hunter education instructors provided training to more than 15,000 individuals. Their efforts enabled Michigan citizens to become safe, ethical, and responsible hunters. Some instructors have given 40 years to teaching hunter education across the state. One is able to join us here today. Jane Dunn Gordon took hunter safety education in 1975 from her father, Richard Dunn, at an Explorer Scout meeting. That ignited a love for hunting, and Jane continued to hunt with her father for many years. In 1986, Jane became a conservation officer and was certified as a hunter education instructor. As a CO, Jane taught numerous hunter safety classes and attended many others to present the laws and wildlife education and identification portions of the class. As a volunteer instructor at the Department of Natural Resources and a Becoming an Outdoors Woman program instructor, Jane has taught hunter safety education during her 25 years of teaching at the Becoming an Outdoors Woman. Jane retired from the DNR in 2011, which seems like a long time ago. I mean, it felt like I was just taking orders from Lieutenant Dunn years ago, and continues to teach hunter education at various locations across the state. In 2014, she started a program at Rock Lake Christian Assembly in Vestaburg. And that program still continues to this day. Outside of her work as a CO, Jane has taught classes in Eaton, Marquette, Montcalm, and Mount Morency counties. Jane is currently the lead instructor teaching at traditional hunter safety education class at the Canada Creek Ranch in Mount Morency County, where she also owns a family home. While Canada Creek Ranch is a private hunt club, they open their doors to the public for hunter safety education classes. In 2025, students traveled as far as 3 counties away to attend this in-person class. At one of the classes, a teenage student asked if she could come back the following year to take the class again as she had so much fun. Jane was a mentor for me early in my career. I remember my first field training and she was the lieutenant in the assigned district. She's very extremely well respected and hardworking, and our staff to this day still considers her family. Jane enjoys hunting, teaching, mentoring, and Michigan's natural resources. So being a hunter education instructor comes natural to her. Thanks go out to the recreation safety section and their hardworking employees for all the support to the volunteer instructors that we have. We all would like to congratulate Jane and thank her for her service. I'm guessing that's she doesn't want to comment. Do you want to share anything with us, Lieutenant Gordon?
Let me just say that it's shocking that I've been teaching for 40 years. I'm not that old. Apparently I am, but I really came to this meeting so I could see all my cohorts because, you know, we are still family, even though it's been a while since I've been an officer. But teaching, as the chairman said, teaching is vital, right, for the Department of Natural Resources. And the Rec Safety Department does an excellent job in supporting the volunteer instructors. And so without mentoring and teaching our young people, we don't have need for the DNR, right? Because they wouldn't love the DNR and love the resources. So protecting the resources is important even as we retire, right? So thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to take a short break so we can take some photographs and thank these officers individually. Commissioners, while we're doing that, I failed to mention, as we elected our vice chair, we also have committees. And Commissioner Brandon Fewens has agreed to chair the Fisheries Committee, and Commissioner John Walters will continue to chair the Wildlife Committee, and I'll continue to chair the Finance Committee. And we'll get out committee assignments. They'll be relatively the same in the days ahead. All right, with that, I think we're ready to move into fur bear regulations. Cody, good to see you again. I know you probably had a short night, given the fact that you drove down, and I know you were up there yesterday, so welcome back, and Chief, good to see you.
Absolutely. Yeah, thanks for having me. All right. Yeah, I guess we can jump into my first presentation. We get to do a couple today. This one is basically presenting our proposed recommended changes for the 2026 and 2027 fur bear hunting and tracking seasons. So fur bear regulations and bag limits are reviewed on a 2-year cycle, with recommended changes being developed and reviewed by our local field staff, internal fur bear working group, law enforcement division staff, as well as by convening our external fur taker user group, and are also discussed opportunistically with hunters, trappers, and other folks interested in fur bear management throughout that process. Proposed changes for the 2026 and 7 seasons are being presented for information today, and then will be up for action next month. Here's the overwhelming list of proposed changes that we chose to address this cycle. We'll go into further detail on each of these on subsequent slides, but generally they involve additional harvest methods for species, changes to licensing and the process for registering limited take fur bearers, bag limit and season length for otter, and additional opportunities for competition hunt locations. These topics were brought forward by members of the public, stakeholder groups, internal staff, or a combination of sources. For each of these changes, the department may recommend or not recommend the proposed change. However, for several of these changes, we recommend actually waiting to address them until the next regulation cycle due to a need for additional information. I'll start by going through the proposed changes that the department is recommending. So the first proposed change being recommended is to replace incidental seals with printed incidental kill tags. Currently, if a trapper incidentally catches a limited take fur bearer, either it's outside of the season or above their bag limit, or a protected species, and that animal is unable to be released alive, the trapper must attach a plastic incidental seal to the carcass before removing it from the trap, and then transport that carcass to a DNR office. These seals are available at DNR offices and can be checked out by the trapper prior to the season and must be returned to the office after the season closes. However, knowledge of and compliance with this process appears to be low, and incidentally caught animals brought to DNR offices without incidental seals happens regularly, and likely many others are not brought to DNR offices because the trapper did not secure those incidental seals before season and chooses to dispose of the animal rather than bringing it in without the appropriate seal. We hope replacing the plastic incidental seals with printed incidental kill tags will help increase compliance, resulting in more accurate data to inform management, as well as more incidental fur bearers to be used with the agreement that we have in place with Michigan Trappers and Predator Callers Association to use those incidental fur bearers to raise money for trapper education programs. We plan for the printed incidental kill tags to be available to trappers at any licensed vendor, the DNR website, and the DNR Hunt Fish app. And these kill tags would have an expiration date and could simply be discarded after each season rather than turned back into a DNR office. The proposed change was supported by the Fur Taker User Group and Wildlife and Law Enforcement Division staff, and as a result, the department does recommend this proposed change. And just for clarity, on the left, this is what our current incidental seals look like, and then we're looking to move towards more of a incidental kill tag that is structured similar to existing kill tags for other applications and species.
Cody,
Yeah,
on those printed tags, are they available anytime? So
Yes,
for example, if a trapper incidentally traps and kills the animal, they then can go to a dealer that sells licenses, purchase that. Is it a purchase or free.
It'll be free.
Okay.
Yep. So our plan is to have
Obtain,
it still be free.
obtain that tag and then go back to the site, put the tag on the animal and take it.
Yes.
Does,
Yep.
does that, trapper then need to bring that to the department?
Yes. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. So it'd be the exact same process as what we currently use with those incidental seals, but instead of having to come in, check seals out, return those after the season, they can just get a license from a vendor online, and then be able to attach that if needed.
And John, it would be our preference that they would plan ahead when they purchase their fur bearer license to also get an incidental tag in their pocket.
So we're still working with marketing and outreach division to get this up and rolling and this product created. But yeah, would plan to have it in place going into this the 2026 and 7 seasons. All right, our next proposal is, or proposed change was to increase otter bag limits and or extend the otter season to align with beaver season dates. Currently, the statewide bag limit for otters is 4, of which all 4 of those could be taken in the Upper Peninsula, which is Unit A, up to 3 in the Northern Lower Peninsula, which is Unit B, and up to 2 in the Southern Lower Peninsula, which is Unit C. Of course, an increase in bag limit or season length would provide additional opportunity for trappers. Otter population trend indicators suggest stable populations of otter in all 3 of those units under our current harvest levels. Otter harvest is often driven by pelt price as well as an expanding population in the Southern Lower, and has been less responsive to changes in bag limits in recent years. As a result, the department recommends increasing the statewide otter bag limit to 5, with up to 5 taken in Unit A, 4 in Unit B, and 3 in Unit C. The otter populations in all 3 units are expected to remain stable, with any additional harvest that results from that change, and any increases in harvest are expected to be relatively small. This would put us at a level, or put us level with the highest bag limits in Midwestern states. So kind of at the same highest level that we see in surrounding states. In addition, the otter trapping seasons start in late October or early November and runs until March 31st in all of our units. Since 2020, beaver and otter seasons have ended at different times. This change was made to allow for more beaver harvest opportunities by extending the beaver season without increasing the spring harvest of otters. Since that change, the department has asked beaver trappers in April to make every effort they can to target only beaver and make sets that are likely to avoid otters, but we've still allowed beaver trappers to keep any incidentally caught otters in April if the trapper has any remaining unused otter kill tags. Since 2020, the proportion of otter harvest occurring during the month of April is averaged about 15%, which is comparable to pre-2020 levels. The department is concerned that extending the otter season through the month of April across the state would result in increased harvest at a biologically sensitive time. New population estimates in the future will help inform this topic further. So in summary, the department recommends increasing bag limits, but does not recommend extending the seasons under this proposal. The majority of fur taker user group supports increasing the otter bag limit. However, they also support extending the season, and both wildlife and law enforcement division staff input included concern around extending the trapping season into April. Next proposal is to extend the registration period for Fisher and Martin. Currently, trappers must register harvested Fisher and Martin within 3 days of the end of the season. Extending the registration period would provide increased convenience for fur harvesters, but the longer the registration period extends past the end of the 10-day open season, the greater the potential for Fisher and Martin to be illegally taken after the season closes and registered as legal harvest. The Fur Taker User Group supports extending the registration period. The department recommends extending the registration period for Fisher and Martin from 3 days to 5 days. Wildlife and law enforcement divisions would consider additional extensions in the future if paired with online registration requirements. But with our current system, we're comfortable with going from 3 days following the end of the season to 5. Next, we have a proposal to allow hunters and trappers to keep harvested fur bearer skulls or portions of skulls from limited take fur bearers if data can be collected in alternative ways to meet management needs. Currently, trappers must turn in the entire skull from harvested bobcats, fisher, marten, and otter at the time of registration. The department requires skull submission in order to collect adequate tooth and tissue samples, which we use to estimate the age and sex of harvested animals. However, skulls are a desirable part of the animal for the fur harvester to keep or sell. After researching other states' collection protocols, consulting with internal laboratory staff and our university collaborators that are using data derived from these samples to estimate abundance of these different species, the department recommends allowing fur harvesters to turn in either the entire skull or just the lower jaw of each limited take fur bearer. The proposed change represents a compromise between a desire from fur harvesters to keep the entire skull of a harvested animal and the department's need to collect tooth and tissue samples from harvested animals so that we can assess the status of fur bearer populations. The Fur Taker User Group and Wildlife Division staff were supportive of this change. We do also already currently allow hunters and trappers to swap out skulls when they register. So if a hunter or trapper does turn in their entire skull and still wants a skull from, if they harvested a bobcat, they'd really like a bobcat skull, we will actually trade them a skull from a previous year that's had a tooth removed by the lab. So that's another thing that we've been doing. But obviously getting somebody else's skull versus being able to keep your own skull is something desirable that our fur harvesters would like to have. The final recommended proposal is to allow nighttime predator hunters to use bait without also having to use calls. Currently, hunters can hunt over bait at night, but they must also use a game call or predator call. Current regulations are the result of past attempts to ensure hunters are actively pursuing predators rather than attempting to illegally take other game, such as deer, at night. However, hunting over bait has become a common practice in predator hunting, and Law Enforcement Division is not opposed to allowing hunters to hunt with the aid of only bait. The Fur Taker User Group supports this change, and as a result, the department recommends allowing predator hunters to use calls or bait while hunting at night. Oh, and
Cody,
yeah,
can you describe the type of bait that is commonly used in this method?
sure, typically carcasses. So any game animals can be used as bait for hunting or trapping as long as they're legally harvested and it's within their open season.
What about perhaps a car animal kill?
Yep. So those can absolutely be used. I think in general, at least as it's my understanding from Law Enforcement Division, is because those can be legally secured outside of the open season for those species, they can actually be used during a longer period of time too.
Thank you.
And then there were also some minor changes and corrections in the memo that the department's recommending that I won't eat up more of our time talking about here, but if you have any questions on those, we can certainly address those too.
I don't have a question on those, but I do have another question.
Sure.
There was a fair amount of write-up in the memo regarding waiting for additional surveys or your fur harvesters. So talk to me in terms of what kind of surveys do you do now? How often do you do them? What's the time schedule?
Sure. So for existing surveys?
Yeah.
So obviously we have mandatory harvest registration for those limited take fur bearers. So bobcat, marten, fisher, otter. We also have male surveys for all of our fur bearer species. We actually have 4 different surveys that we do in order to collect the information needed for each of those. So we have a marten and fisher survey, we have a bobcat survey, we have a beaver and otter survey, and then a general fur bearer survey as well. So all those are being mailed out to hunters and trappers that are purchasing fur harvester licenses after each season. So it goes to a random subset. And from that, we're able to estimate how many animals were harvested and look at different trend indicators like the number of animals harvested per day of effort, whether it's trapping or hunting effort, which are currently some of our best indicators of what those populations are doing. And then, yes, I was absolutely going to touch on the new estimates that we're currently working on and going to be hopefully have available very soon.
Sorry, I wasn't patient enough.
No, you're good.
Do you still do track surveys or no longer?
No, we do not do track surveys for our fur bearer species. Sometimes like specific research projects going on, like the Michigan Predator Prey Study, we had bobcats, coyotes, collared as well. There have been at different times scent post stations for bobcats in the Lower Peninsula as well. Just, it kind of depends what different research is going on and what we can pick up while those projects are occurring. But as far as statewide, we're mainly currently relying on our basically information from our hunters and
Mail
trappers.
survey.
Yep.
Harvest survey. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gonna interrupt you. Keep going with your presentation. Sorry about that.
No, you're perfect. Yeah, so then next we'll move on to proposed changes that we're recommending that the commission addresses during the next regulation cycle, mainly due to a need for additional information. And most of that additional information revolves around a project that we've been working on with collaborators from the University of Illinois for several years now. So the goal of this project is to develop accurate and precise abundance estimates for bobcat, fisher, martin, and otter using a combination of biological information, regulation and bag limit changes, and harvest data that we collect from our hunters and trappers, which includes overall harvest numbers, age and sex of harvested animals, location of harvest, and hunter and trapper effort. These abundance estimates will allow us to predict the impacts of different harvest levels on populations, and the researchers will also provide recommendations on additional data that we can collect in order to improve these estimates and better inform management decisions in the future. This is a 4-year project, and it is set to wrap up where we would have abundance estimates in hand for all 4 species by this September, so the end of this fiscal year. We've already developed a model for estimating fisher abundance, and that model has been submitted for publication in a peer-reviewed journal. We have martin and bobcat models that have been drafted as well that we're currently working on and tweaking, and then otter is next in the hopper. This should give us more than adequate time to be able to use those resulting abundance estimates to evaluate the proposed regulation changes that we're recommending addressing next cycle prior to those regulations needing to be developed. So the first proposal that we're recommending kind of holding over till the next cycle is to allow fisher and martin hunting with dogs. So currently neither species can be hunted with any methods in Michigan. They can only be taken by trapping. This is consistent with most other states that have harvested populations of fisher and or martin. This change would provide additional opportunities, of course, for hunters to harvest and to train dogs on these species. New Hampshire is currently the only state in the United States that allows fisher to be hunted, and those fisher can be hunted with a variety of methods, not just with dogs. Even when fisher populations were much higher in New Hampshire, and several hundred fisher were being taken by trappers each year, only 2 to 5 individuals were taken each year by hunting. This suggests, of course it's limited, that any additional harvest of fisher under the proposed change might be relatively small. There are no states that currently allow hunting of martin, but hunting them with the use of dogs is a traditional method of take in several Northern European and Asian countries like all of Scandinavia and Russia. Input from the fur taker user group was mixed, as was input from wildlife and law enforcement division staff. Many of our stakeholders and staff indicated that they would be much more comfortable making a recommendation once those new abundance estimates are developed. So as a result, the department recommends addressing these during the next regulation cycle, not this one. We also reviewed a somewhat similar proposal to allow nighttime hunting of bobcats with game and predator calls. So have a new method for species that currently have harvest seasons. Currently, bobcats can be hunted with the use of calls as well as bait dogs and other methods during daytime hours only. This change would allow hunters to pursue bobcats at a time of day when hunters may have fewer conflicts with work, school, other things. Would allow them to take bobcats that are called in while they're calling coyotes or other species at night, and pursue bobcats with thermal and other nighttime setups that they enjoy using. Illinois and Nebraska are currently the only states in the Midwest that allow nighttime hunting of bobcats. Illinois only allows a limited number of licenses through a lottery, and Nebraska have reached out to their specialists. They do not survey hunters regarding the time of day when they're pursuing or when they actually harvest bobcats. So it's really difficult to kind of apply that and predict how harvest might look here in Michigan with a change like this. Input from the fur taker user group was mixed, as was input from Wildlife and Law Enforcement Division staff. And again, many stakeholders and staff indicated concern about increased vulnerability of bobcats to nighttime hunting and resulting increased harvest, and that they would be much more comfortable making a recommendation once new abundance estimates are developed. As a result, the department recommends addressing this proposed change during the next regulation cycle as well. Next proposal is to allow the permitting of areas other than designated field trial areas on state land to be used for small groups called casts of up to 4 dogs to pursue game in competition hunts or field trials. Currently, all aspects of field dog trials, including those casts that are run, can only take place on private lands or designated field trial areas on state land. However, designated field trial areas are generally not suitable for a group of up to 4 dogs to pursue raccoons, squirrels, rabbits, and other mammalian species due to the amount of area needed, proximity to roads, the density of game, and other factors. Additionally, finding large private landowners with suitable habitat that will allow field trial activities can be difficult. We do not expect a significant biological or social impact from the proposed change, as no animals would be harvested and all activities that are proposed to be permitted are already allowed on state lands if not part of a field trial. The fur taker user group supports this regulation, but recommends not permitting this to occur during the quiet period or for game to be taken outside of their open hunting seasons. The resource divisions have concerns about how this permit process is going to be administered, requiring additional review and consideration. So as a result, the department recommends addressing this change during the next regulation cycle as well, after those internal processes can be modified and approved by all divisions. So rather than necessarily needing additional information for this one, it's really figuring out what that process can look like and how we can have all resource divisions be able to potentially provide input or review and approve permits. All right, and that brings us to just a couple of proposed changes remaining that we are not recommending that the commission make changes to. The first is to allow non-residents to harvest limited take fur bearer species, which includes badger, bobcat, fisher, marten, and otter. Currently, non-residents cannot harvest any of these species. This regulation change was initially brought up by stakeholders that were concerned that they would not be able to trap limited take fur bearer species in other states due to regulations requiring direct reciprocity from their resident state. Allowing non-residents to take limited take species would provide additional opportunity, of course, for those non-residents, could result in some increased revenue as well for the department. However, after researching other states' regulations, there are very few that still have direct reciprocity in place for non-residents. Most states instead have moved away from these types of regulations due to their complicated nature. Many surrounding states don't allow harvest of some or all of our limited take fur bearer species that they may have, or have limited license quotas for those species, which helps ensure that any non-residents coming to their state does not lead to harvest levels that are going to be detrimental to their fur bearer populations. Here in Michigan, we do not have, well, we have free kill tags available over the counter in Michigan for bobcat, fisher, marten, and otter, no kill tag, just a bag limit in place for badger. So we have, it provides a lot of opportunity for our residents to be able to harvest these species, but not, a direct mechanism for toning back that harvest if we did have a large influx of non-residents. This may be particularly relevant for Wisconsin residents due to Wisconsin's limited license quotas and drawing structure for bobcat and fisher. They also have a bag limit in place for otter and no harvest opportunity for marten and badger, and obviously are very, very close, especially to the western UP. The proposed change could result in less opportunity for Michigan residents if bag limits and season lengths needed to be reduced in order to prevent overharvest and potential population level decline of these species. The fur taker user group was initially interested in this regulation, but once discussions occurred around reciprocity in other states and with other states and the drawing state systems that neighboring states like Wisconsin have, stakeholders no longer support. Wildlife staff input is mixed between wanting to provide additional opportunity for non-residents and preventing a reduction in opportunity for our residents, and as well as negative impacts on populations. And LED staff were opposed due to concern about loss of opportunity for residents. So as a result, the department is not recommending this proposed change.
Cody?
Yep.
Currently, the non-residents can trap beaver, however, correct?
Yes, so non-residents can harvest any fur bear species that does not have a seasonal bag limit, basically.
So is there concern, since they have the ability to trap beaver, that there be an incidental take of otter?
So I think that's where those incidental seals currently, and hopefully switching over to incidental kill tags, that's something that has to be available to non-residents as well. So if they were to incidentally take something that they can't possess, like an otter, then it has to be turned into the department legally.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, and then the final proposal is to remove the deadline for obtaining bobcat kill tags, those free bobcat kill tags, prior to the start of the season. Currently, fur harvesters must obtain free bobcat kill tags prior to the start of the first open season in the state, which is currently the Upper Peninsula trapping season, which starts on November 1st. So you have to get your free kill tags by the last day in October. The deadline for obtaining bobcat kill tags prior to the season was established in 2016 and was supported by hound hunting and trapping organizations with the intent of reducing illegal harvest. Since the deadline to obtain bobcat kill tags was established in 2016, there's been no reduction in the number of kill tags obtained or bobcat harvest. There's no reduction in bobcat harvest either. In addition, there's not been a noticeable increase in the number of incidental bobcats registered. However, this requirement may be negatively impacting bobcat hunter and trapper participation and recruitment, especially in certain management units with periods that start up to 2 months after that deadline for obtaining kill tags. Kill tags for other limited take fur bearers like fisher, marten, and otter do not have to be obtained prior to the start of those respective seasons. However, the fur taker user group still opposes this regulation change and feels that requiring hunters and trappers to obtain their free bobcat kill tags prior to the season reduces the number of bobcats illegally taken. Wildlife staff input is mixed, with some feeling the concern of the user group is valid and others wanting to see the requirement removed due to reduced opportunity for fur harvesters that either forget or don't realize that they need to get their kill tags prior to the start of the first season in the state. The department is deferring to the user group and does not recommend this proposed change. And that's, yeah, thank you, commissioners. And if you have any additional questions, I can certainly try to answer them.
All right, I think you're still up, are you not?
I am. I think so. Perfect. All right, now we'll move into, basically I'll be taking us through a presentation explaining how the department has drafted a memo that reflects changes requested last month to regulations surrounding the take of several fur bear and small game species here in Michigan. This request was made by the chair of the Wildlife Committee, Commissioner Walters, and directed the department to draft language for the creation of management seasons to address interspecies conflict and overabundance on public and private lands for certain fur bear species, which are beaver, muskrat, opossum, raccoon, skunk, and weasel, and for certain small game species, cottontail rabbit, fox squirrel, gray squirrel, ground squirrel, and red squirrel. He also requested that consumption of cottontail rabbits be prohibited during the management season due to disease risk. The department has had follow-up discussions with Commissioner Walters as well as Chair Humphreys to gain additional clarification and intent and provide additional context and potential implications. The memo being presented represents the request of Commissioner Walters following those conversations. But before we dive into the requested changes, let's review our current season structures look like for those species. Currently, beaver trapping season varies by residency of the trapper and the area of the state where the trapping is occurring, generally starting between October and December and ending in late April. Muskrat trapping seasons vary by area of the state, starting in October or November and running until the beginning of March. Raccoon hunting and trapping seasons are open October 1st to March 31st, and possum, skunk, and weasel can be hunted and trapped year-round. None of these species have a daily or seasonal bag limit or possession limit, and a base license and fur harvester license are required to hunt or trap any of these species. For our small game species, cottontail rabbits and gray and fox squirrels can be hunted during September 15th to March 31st. These species have a daily bag limit of 5 and a possession limit of 10. The bag limit for cottontail rabbit is combined with snowshoe hare, and the bag limit for gray and fox squirrels is shared between the two species. Woodchuck can be hunted year-round, and red squirrel and ground squirrel can be hunted and trapped year-round. And a base license is required to hunt or trap any of these species. Outside of the current hunting and trapping seasons, all of these species can be taken under the authority of a damage and nuisance animal control permit if warranted. These are required by anyone to prevent or control by shooting, trapping, or otherwise the depredations of animals at a time or in a manner not otherwise permitted by law or order. These permits can be issued year-round on public or private land if warranted. Whereas taking an animal during the hunting or trapping season requires an individual to complete hunter safety and purchase licenses, an individual operating under the authority of the damage and nuisance animal control permit does not, making it much easier for an individual that is not otherwise hunt or trap to be able to mitigate damage to their personal property. In addition, all of the species being discussed today can be taken under the authority of a damage and nuisance animal control permit without obtaining an actual written permit in certain situations. All right, now that we've described what's currently in place, we can discuss the requested changes and where in regulation the department proposes addressing them. We'll start with requested changes to the existing hunt trapping seasons. Commissioner Walters is requesting that the beaver and muskrat trapping season dates be changed in all zones, so all the areas of the state for both residents and non-residents, to run from November 1st to the Friday before the last Saturday in April. For context, the last Saturday in April is the trout season opener. The department has addressed this change in the memo in Wildlife Conservation Order sections 3.606 and 607. And no changes to existing seasons were requested for other species. For new seasons, Commissioner Walters has requested the creation of a new management season for all of the species we've discussed in order to address interspecies conflict and overabundance. During follow-up conversations, it was clarified that the year-round hunting and or trapping seasons currently in place for possum, skunk, weasel, woodchuck, red squirrel, and ground squirrel satisfied Commissioner Walters' desired outcome, so no changes to these species are included in the memo. For the remaining species, the memo includes language that would create management seasons starting the day after the regular hunting or trapping seasons close and ending the day before the start of the following hunting or trapping seasons for each species. We addressed this in the memo, the creation of 5 new sections in the Wildlife Conservation Order, 3.505A, 507A, 605A, 606A, and 607A. During this requested management season, all current hunting and trapping methods would be allowed and trap check requirements required on public and private lands during the management season, which we've addressed in subsection 3 of each of those new sections. However, there are a few exceptions. First is that there would be no take of cottontail rabbits, fox squirrels, or gray squirrels on public lands or Commercial Forest Act lands during the management season, which we've addressed in subsection 1 of the management season sections for each of those species. Additionally, dogs would continue to not be used to hunt any of these species during the quiet period, which runs from April 16th to July 7th. And we've addressed this in section 6.4, subsection 5. And consistent with existing regulations for other species, an exception is included to prohibit hunting and trapping in state parks and recreation areas during April 1st to September 14th for safety reasons. And similarly, hunting and trapping regulations on managed wetland areas would remain unchanged. We've included language clarifying this in subsection 1A of each fur bearer management season section. In addition, Commissioner Walters requested that licensing requirements for the management seasons would be the same as for the normal hunting and trapping seasons, which we addressed in subsection 2 of all the new management season sections of the wildlife conservation order. This means that hunters and trappers targeting fur bearers would need a base license and fur harvester license, and those targeting small game would only need a base license. Carcasses of animals taken during these management seasons would need to be collected and used or disposed of, which we addressed in subsection 4 of all of the new management season sections. And the specific ways carcasses can be disposed of under the proposed memo is by burying completely, wrapping and disposing of in a landfill, or composting of carcasses by private landowners.
Cody, just for clarity on that last point.
Yep.
The hunter or trapper could actually take and use those animals that are harvested.
Yes.
Or
Yep.
dispose of them.
Yep.
As it's
Yep.
described, just
Yep,
for clarity
absolutely.
for everyone. Thank you.
Okay. Perfect. And then some additional exceptions are that the hunting portion of the raccoon management season would take place on both public and private lands, while the trapping portion of the raccoon management season would only take place on private lands, excluding Commercial Forest Act lands. So this is addressed in Wildlife Conservation Order 3.605A, subsections 1 and 3B. Additionally, muskrats would not be trapped during the management season on public lands or Commercial Forest Act lands without a written permit from the department. That has been addressed in the Wildlife Conservation Order 3.606A, subsections 3A. Although muskrats are widespread and often locally abundant, wildlife professionals and trappers agree that populations in the eastern half of the U.S. have declined substantially during recent decades. Over that same time period, Michigan has documented declining trends and estimates of the number of muskrats harvested, the number of muskrats harvested per trapper, and the number of muskrats harvested per day of trapper effort. The department's actually currently working on a multi-year research project with Kansas State University, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, National Wildlife Refuge System, Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians, and Keweenaw Bay Indian Community to evaluate the impact of wetland quality, drought, and other factors on muskrat populations in the Great Lakes Basin due to these declining trends. In addition, the proposed changes have implications for species that will be incidentally caught by trappers attempting to target beaver and muskrat, namely otter and mink. Otter are a limited take fur bearer in Michigan, which we've already talked about during the last presentation, with annual bag limit and restrictions on what portion of that bag limit can be taken in each zone of the state. These restrictions are in place to prevent overharvest due to their relatively low density on the landscape and susceptibility to harvest. Currently, as we talked about, the beaver trapping season extends about a month after. It's 31 to 37 days, depending on the zone, but after the close of the otter season each year. Beaver trappers are allowed to keep incidentally caught otters during that time if they have any unused otter kill tags. Incidentally caught otters tagged legally during that month period make up about 15% of the total number of otters legally harvested each year. A management season that allows for beaver trapping to occur for an additional 5 months each year may significantly increase the number of incidentally caught otters, which could cause declines in otters or result in decreased opportunities for otter trappers. The commission has requested the department remind hunters of the risk of consuming cottontail rabbits during the management season due to the risk of contracting tularemia, which is also called rabbit fever. Tularemia is a disease caused by a bacteria and can infect rabbits, hares, and rodents. And those rodents can include beaver, muskrats, and squirrels, so some of the other species we're talking about today, and cause serious disease in humans. The bacteria is transmitted by ticks and biting insects such as fleas and deer flies, by handling infected carcasses, and from environmental contamination. While most human cases are from tick and insect bites, human infection directly from fur bearer and small game species generally occurs while field dressing and skinning carcasses. So we've included language to this effect in the memo, and also plan to or recommend including this language in both the fur bearer and small game regulation summaries, so that we can help ensure that hunters and trappers are informed of this disease risk and how to try to protect themselves. And with that, I can additionally try to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, a quick question, Cody. Can you explain how a trapper can target a beaver without getting an otter incidentally? Is that something that, I know they're incidentally caught, so obviously they get caught as well, but is there something more we can do so that the otters are not taken?
Yeah, so we do have basically language and graphics, trying to explain that in the regulation summaries each year, trying to encourage trappers to not target or not use sets that are likely to pick up otter as well as beaver, especially during that in April when the otter season's closed. Certainly like caster mound sets, they're sets that are specifically targeting beaver, appealing to their their scent messaging, right? Whereas otters might not respond to that as well. That's something that we push. Also, how you basically where you set maybe a conibear in the water column and use dive sticks, you can try to encourage otters might go a little bit underneath that stick and beavers might dive down right into the bottom of a trough. So certainly there are ways to try to avoid them. It's not going to be completely fail safe. As we're seeing with 15% of our legally taken otters occurring during that 1 month when otter season's closed.
So right now, they're suggestions, they're not regulations on trap use.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Just suggestions. I think it would be extremely hard to. Typically, I guess there are restrictions on what type of equipment you can use, not specifically how you can set that in every scenario that somebody might run into in the field. I've talked to trappers. One trapper that actually had caught an otter by putting a 330 with a smelt on the trigger, lowering it down from his ice shack 15 feet into the water below him. There's scenarios that might be very hard to regulate or anticipate every scenario that could come available.
Okay, thank you.
Cody, I just wanted to clarify one aspect of, since I made the recommendation last month and the discussions that department and I have had over these various changes, there was a conference call that Michigan Trappers and Predator Callers Association had with trappers, asked me to sit in on that and provide some more information as to the intent and what the anticipation would be. They came from the Lower Peninsula and Upper Peninsula. I also had private conversations with individual trappers from the UP and Lower Peninsula, and I do not have any that reported back to me that they were not in favor of this. Thank you.
Couple other items, folks. The memo for this is not in your packet. You'll be getting it. Second of all, this is after discussions with the AG's office that we've had in recent months. This memo, the intent of it is to really bring us into compliance with our current authorities under the commission and the department. So that's the intent behind it and why it's replacing some of the nuisance damage regulations. Other questions?
Just a comment, because of the 30-day period of notification, we won't be voting on this until April.
And the order will be posted probably later today? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief, just a minute before you leave there, I have a question for you. I'm headed up to the UP this week. Do we still do WSI readings, and what are they?
Yes, and we normally get those reports on Wednesday, so I don't have today's report, but I can get it for you later today, as soon as I
Okay.
get it.
I don't know if all the commissioners are aware of winter severity index, but why don't you explain it briefly to them?
So there is some evidence from literature that states that when deer can't access food for a certain period of time under certain snow depths, that creates a severe winter because they only have so many reserves, body reserves to get through the winter. So when there's colder temperatures, then obviously they have to expel more heat to more of their energy to keep warm. When there's larger snow depths, it's harder to walk and run through that. So all those factors bring up to the fact that then it takes more reserves. So basically, if you think of the gas tank, like the more energy they reserve, the faster their gas tank goes empty, and that's what causes winter severity. It also has to do with, many weather factors, temperature and snow being the two main ones. So what we do is we track that snow depth and the temperatures throughout the winter period, and there's a line on the graph. We can probably provide that for you if you haven't seen that, where anything that goes above that is considered, a severe winter. And when we approach that, we keep track of how many days above the severe winter we have, and that helps us determine what starvation rates and how severe the winter might be on the deer.
Question in that regard. Where in the state of Michigan is this WSI conducted?
Only in the UP now.
We don't have weather in the Lower Peninsula?
We don't reach the snow depths and the severity for long enough that we don't track that anymore. We used to track it in the northern lower, but we only track it in the UP now.
Can I suggest that you might consider that?
We can.
Thank
Sure.
you.
Mhm.
It's a tad bit cold and snowy. Mhm. All right, thank you very much. I'd be interested in seeing where we're at so far this season. And it really gets late in the season that really can have devastating impacts when we wind
I'll
up
have that
having.
emailed to you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next up. Melinda, good to see you. We're going to take a walk down history on bovine tuberculosis.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, all commissioners. Thank you for having me here today. I can bring up this. There we go. I was asked today to provide an informational talk on TB. We often refer to this as the history of TB, and really it's a little bit more than that. It's kind of a snapshot into history and how land use and human behaviors can shape the future of our natural resources. And this example just revolves around where we found ourselves with endemic TB in our deer population. As I get later into the presentation, I'll have some summaries of our deer testing and prevalence. I won't have the 2025 data available yet. We just wrapped up that sampling. We're actually still waiting on a few final results and beginning that analysis, but we are set to present on that here in April, as we usually do annually, and so we'll have that then. For now, I hope that you'll find this a good supplemental and background piece to help inform those discussions coming up. So what I will touch on today, this is just a really brief outline. I'm going to begin with kind of a big picture look at TB briefly and globally and why it's important. We'll then delve into a little bit of history on land use, cattle, and deer. As I mentioned, I'll have some summaries on free-ranging deer testing and prevalence. So I'll mention some other wildlife that we've sampled for TB. And I also want to talk a little bit about some human health issues around this disease in Michigan, and I'll finish up with some research at the end. So tuberculosis is the leading cause of death by a single infectious agent in humans each year worldwide. The only exception was during the COVID-19 pandemic, but following that, TB quickly regained that top spot. In 2024 alone, over 10 million people were infected with this disease and over 1.2 million died worldwide. TB is treatable and curable, although in underdeveloped countries, treatment's not always easily accessed or affordable. So the Mycobacterium tuberculosis complex is really just a complex of the different bacteria within this that cause the disease tuberculosis in different forms. The first one on the list, M. tuberculosis, is what the complex is named after. This is the primary one that we see in humans globally. It probably causes around 97% of the cases of human disease. The other one I want to call out on the list is Mycobacterium bovis, which is highlighted there as the third one down. This is the one we find here in Michigan. The primary host is typically cattle, but as we know, can spill over into other species as well. So Mycobacterium bovis is the bacteria that causes the disease bovine tuberculosis. So I'm really just talking about the causative agent versus the disease itself. And so you'll hear me use both of those terms. Bovine TB is often referred to as zoonotic TB, which just really means that it can affect both animals and people. All of the bacteria on that previous slide can do this. It just happens most frequently with bovine tuberculosis. About 10 to 20,000 people die from this disease globally. So while not as significant as the human form, it is still notable. And bovis was brought to North America by cattle from European settlers. And Michigan is the only place remaining in the US today with TB that's self-sustaining in a wildlife species. There are other countries around the world that have wildlife reservoirs, and probably one of the most familiar to people is the European badger in Great Britain and Ireland. But as you can see, there are other countries that also have wildlife reservoirs that maintain that cycle between wildlife and cattle in their countries. In Michigan, our endemic area is in the northeast part of the Lower Peninsula. So the 5 counties I have highlighted here on this map, you'll see an area that's in red and hash marked. That is our Deer Management Unit, or DMU 452. This is considered the core area of infection, and about 77% of our cases come from this core area. The 5 county area as a whole account for about 97% of the cases in deer that we see in the state. When we talk about cattle, we talk about these 4 counties, which are called the Modified Accredited Zone. This is a designation given by the USDA that just stipulates cattle testing and movement for the state. The DNR and MDARD have a memorandum of understanding with the USDA. And not only does it stipulate the cattle testing and movement, but it guides our deer testing goals annually. So we'll have deer testing goals for these 4 counties, as well as the 7 counties that surround the area that we refer to as the buffer zone. So we'll say that there's a lot of information in this talk, and feel free to stop me throughout if you have questions. You don't have to wait to the end unless you prefer.
I do. Is abating, a ban on abating still part of that MOU for split state status?
It has in there that we are to report back on baiting enforcement as part of the MOU.
Okay.
Question.
Yes.
Is there a vaccine that we can then vaccinate not just deer, but cattle?
You're getting ahead of me. Can I hold you off on that
I'll hold my
one? Okay.
thought and question.
That'll come in at the end.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to start here with a little bit of some history here in Michigan. And so when we talk about pre-settlement times in Michigan, it was really covered in mature forest, which usually relates to pretty few deer present. But with settlers came logging, and in the 1850s, when logging really took off, following that logging, we start to see regeneration of forest, which provides better deer habitat, more food resources, and with that came an increase in the deer population. The deer population exploded so largely that by the 1870s, commercial hunting was introduced in order to help combat those high deer numbers. In 1878, there are records showing over 100,000 deer carcasses being shipped by railway from northern lower Michigan. But with this commercial hunting, as well as some habitat loss due to logging and forest fires, we start to see deer numbers decline by the 1890s. And during this same time, lands in the area in the northeast part of the state were starting to be bought into private ownership, and these were cleared for farming. The hunt clubs that we see there today began establishing during this time, and this really created kind of a wildlife refuge of sorts for deer. The lands were dual purpose. They were used for both cattle rearing and recreational hunting at the same time. And with the private ownership and the reduction in commercial hunting, harvest pressure declined, and again, those deer numbers started to soar. With this, winter starvation became pretty common because the land was just, there were too many deer that could be supported by the land that was available. So in order to help feed and try and maintain these high deer numbers, landowners began to cut conifer swamps for this. So this photo here showing 2 gentlemen who have just cut down the cedar tree and are removing the top to leave for browse for deer. You can see in the back of the photo there's the hungry deer just right there waiting. This is a 2.5 acre stand that was cut for browse as well and was completely stripped within 48 hours. And it just further illustrates that there were really more deer than the land could support naturally. During the same time across the state in the 1920s, cattle, TB rates in cattle were pretty high. And you can see that almost every county in the state was affected by this. The map on the right is showing reactor rates. Reactor just means the proportion of cattle within the herds that are reacting to the TB testing that's being done. So the darker the color, the higher the reactor rates. And you can see that 2 of the highest counties are right there in that northeast part of the state. So Alpena and Alcona, they're in black. So with as we move into the 30s and the 50s, those high deer numbers remain, and the winter starvation continues. And so with this, the thought of supplemental winter feeding becomes a common practice. And this is really just kind of the intentional placement of foodstuffs in order to help try and maintain these deer numbers, and really shows that it is not very successful at mitigating any of the starvation losses that they are seeing and not meeting the nutritional needs of deer. By the late 50s, deer densities were estimated to be as high as 30 deer per square kilometer in some areas. But also during the 50s, cattle reactor rates were starting to come down. So Michigan had entered the TB National Eradication Program, and we're working to reduce TB in cattle across the state. And as compared to the map from 20 years prior, you can see that we're having success at doing this. We jump into the 1970s. We have a hunter who harvests a deer, noticed something abnormal in the chest cavity of the deer, submits this deer for exam, and the deer is later diagnosed with bovine tuberculosis. This disease isn't really known at this time to reside in wild deer, and I apologize, this little A there with the triangle is supposed to be a deer symbol, did not transfer to this slide, so imagine those as deer. But at the same time, too, there had been really no cattle in the area that had been testing positive for TB, and so this was thought to be a spillover case and kind of an anomaly. And Michigan was very close to being considered TB-free by the USDA, and so there was really not a lot of further investigation done at this time. And then 4 short years later, in 1979, the cattle industry in Michigan was declared TB-free by the USDA. Through the 80s and 90s, as these clubs became more widely used for hunting versus farming practices, winter feeding really increased to try and attract deer to the different private lands in the area, and feeding sites such as this were not uncommon to see at that time. Baiting, hunting over bait, also became a pretty ingrained part of the culture during this era. And the area up there really became nicknamed Club Country. And the map here is showing land ownership. So the peach and tan and green color, the peach, tan, or green colors are public land. And you can see that there's very little of that within DMU 452, which is the red outline. About 93% of the land in DMU 452 is privately owned. The yellow tracks represent that hunt club land. And as you can see, it makes up a good portion of DMU 452 and some relatively large tracts of land as well. And so hence the nickname. In 1994, another hunter harvests a deer and again, notices something abnormal in the chest cavity, submits the deer for exam. This deer also diagnosed with TB. Now it's been 20 years since that last deer had been diagnosed with TB, and 15 years since the state had been declared TB-free for the cattle industry. So this one raised a few eyebrows. And the following fall, in 1995, in a 16-kilometer circle around that deer, 400 deer were tested and 18 positives were then identified. The next year in 96, the area was expanded, 5,000 deer tested, and 56 additional positives found. It was at that time that Deer Management Unit 452 was defined as the core area, and I think you can tell by my little A's there that that's kind of how it was defined based on where those positives were found. With this, cattle testing, there's the deer. Cattle testing then resumed in the area, and in 1998, the first cattle herd breakdowns in nearly 2 decades occurred when 3 beef herds tested positive. Breakdowns is just the term used by the ag industry when one or more cattle within the herd test positive. So it also outlines the following criteria of quarantine and repeat testing that occur with that herd. So as we know, the 2 main drivers of infectious disease are density and concentration of individuals, and bovine tuberculosis is not excluded from this. So spillover of disease can happen into a wildlife population, but it really takes the right factors, I guess the wrong factors in this case, to come together in order for that disease to become self-sustaining and endemic in a wildlife population. With all of these animals, when we test them, we collect samples from them, which I'm going to show you in a little bit, but basically it's a bacteria, and that's how these are identified as bovine tuberculosis. It's how we can tell that they are also part of this Michigan strain that's circulating and not coming from out of state. And with that, each of the bacteria isolates have its own genetic makeup, and advances in some of the work that have been done have allowed us to look at the genetic makeup and the evolution of that over time. And with some analysis on that, it's estimated that spillover from cattle to deer likely happened sometime during the 1930s. So if you think about everything that I've just mentioned, increasing deer densities, high TB rates in cattle, and while the state was working to eradicate the disease in cattle, no one knew at that time that it had already spilled over into the deer population. So as deer densities remained high, and then the other factors of winter feeding and baiting came into play, concentrating these individuals, these drivers were then taking place for a while at that point. So by the time that the deer tested positive in 1994, this disease had been endemic in the deer population for some time. And once the disease is endemic in a wildlife population, it's very difficult to eliminate. Of course, in order to first address this, we addressed the two transmission drivers. And so the first strategies employed after the discovery of the disease were to try and reduce deer numbers through hunting and keep deer from concentrating unnaturally by eliminating supplemental baiting and feeding. And we did see some success with this. This graph here, not updated to current time, you will see an updated prevalence graph on the next slide. The one here, the numbers aren't as important on this one as the trends that you'll notice. So the bottom line is TB prevalence over time, and the top line is deer density. And you'll note that as deer density drops, so does TB prevalence starts to go down as well. You'll see some peaks in density, some corresponding peaks in prevalence, and the reverse is also true. So it's just illustrating the idea of density dependence behind disease transmission. The graph here is updated for TB prevalence from 1995 through 2024. So in 1995, that first survey prevalence was estimated to be around 5%, and our last estimate in 2024 was around 1.5%. So we have seen a significant decrease over time. However, you look at the last, say, 4 years, you'll see it's hovering just below 2%, maybe the 4 or 5 prior to that, just above 2%. So it is at this point relatively steady. We're not seeing any trends in prevalence any longer. The bars there, if you're curious, like the dots are the actual estimates of prevalence. The bars are our confidence intervals, which just accounts for any sampling variability and error that we have. So we can say that we're 95% confident that prevalence is within that range of those bars. The table here shows deer sampling over time. So since those surveys I mentioned in 95 and 96, surveillance has continued on an annual basis. And you'll note that the numbers do kind of jump around a little bit. So from the years of, say, 99 through 2004, they get pretty high. And this was really some statewide sampling that was going on to try and determine, was this disease really limited to the northeast part of the state, or were there other areas in the state that it had spilled over and we were not aware of? From that sampling, we were able to determine it was limited to the northeast part of the state. And we settled more into mainly sampling in the Northeast. But then you'll see they jump again 2016 through about 2019. And this was due to the discovery of chronic wasting disease in the state. So we do test every deer that comes through our lab for TB, regardless of where in the state it comes from. It is a screening process we can do ourselves. And so that's where you'll see those numbers fluctuate. On average, in the TB area itself, those TB counties I showed you in the beginning of the presentation, we probably test anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 annually in that area. So at the end of 2024, we were over 364,000 deer tested and well over 1,000 positives identified. The map here shows the locations of those positive deer. I think very clearly illustrates why DMU 452 is considered the core area with that cluster of red dots over the area. You'll note there are some red dots in other counties in the state. These have all been single cases. From all of the testing we've done over the years, some of these cases date back to like 1999. We have never found another positive in one of these counties. We've done very substantial testing in all of these areas over the years. So at this time, there is no indication that this disease has spilled over or established elsewhere in the state. We'll turn back to cattle for a minute, and since those herds tested positive in 98, cattle testing has also continued annually. And at the making of this table, we stood at 84 designated TB herds. We also have had 6 TB positive privately owned cervid herds as well over the years. The map here brings all of that together. So this is free-ranging deer, captive deer, as well as cattle. You may note there are some additional downstate counties as well now on this map highlighted. Most of these have come from intrastate cattle movement, 1 or 2 of them from interstate movement, so not the Michigan strain that we can, and we can tell that from that genetic analysis that I mentioned earlier. But again, deer testing in these areas has not shown any indication that the disease has established itself in any of these counties. This photo is of our BioLevel 3 laboratory where we process deer for both TB and CWD. So we do this in this facility. It has proper air exchanges available. Obviously, our staff are all dressed in PPE, and this is because, as I mentioned, TB is a zoonotic disease. So this is to protect the health of the staff and why they are processed in this facility. And we'll say that the next few slides do show the work we do. So if anybody is sensitive to those photos, this is your warning. It is disease surveillance work, so it is not glamorous. So, as you can tell by our lovely outfits. This is the deer head flipped upside down. You'll see the jaw is skinned back there, the nose at the bottom of the screen, the throat toward the top. The knife there is pointing at an infected lymph node. So we collect the heads off of the animals because they have 3 pair or 6 lymph nodes within the head that we examine for signs of infection. And what we're looking for is basically a lesioned lymph node. And this is an abscess material within the lymph node. This is where that Bovis bacteria resides, is in this abscess material. And this can vary widely. You can see a full lymph node involvement. We might just see little pin pockets of abscess material in the lymph node. So we've really got to know what we're looking for. This is also why we ask that hunters in these counties in the TB area don't remove lymph nodes themselves, is we don't want them to potentially expose themselves to this disease. Why we collect the entire head to remove these lymph nodes in a secure environment. This buck here, the neck has been skinned back in order to show the extent of lymph node involvement in this animal. That softball-like mass there at by the chin area is an abscess lymph node. So this is a pretty severely infected lymph node. You can see in the bottom photo as that tissue is pulled back that there's really no lymph node material left. It's completely abscessed. So this is a pretty bad case in this deer. So on this, it was really just to say we ask hunters as well when they remove the head from their animal to leave a few inches of neck because we don't want them cutting through something like this either and exposing themselves. Of course, deer do show signs of infection in the lungs as well. However, only about 35 to 40% of the deer that are infected with TB actually show signs in the lungs. Now, these lungs here are pretty severely infected. It can vary as well, and you may only see a few nodules on the lungs. But I talk to hunters sometimes after they've gotten the notification that their deer has tested positive. And if they're surprised by that, usually their first comment is, well, I checked the chest cavity and it was clean. So it's a great time for conversation about this, and that this is, I think we did a really good job in the beginning of this program, informing hunters, making them aware of this if they saw it and what to look for. But along the lines, it's become a way for people to believe that if they don't see something, then it means their deer's not infected. And, this is just not a definitive way to determine disease status, and is why we collect the heads off of the animals. So. We good? Any questions, or should I keep moving? All right. All right, so this is our, as you know, we have an elk herd in Michigan. The blue circle there shows kind of a rough estimate of the range, and it's just to show that it overlaps with our TB area. We have had 7 elk test positive, all on the east side of the range there in the TB endemic area. We do have mandatory elk testing in the state. So if you're a lucky hunter who draws an elk license, you will be required to have your elk tested for TB. And there are multiple ways that you can accomplish this. So if you harvest the elk and you're not interested in keeping the head of the animal, you can submit it right there after you harvest it when you register your take. If you're taking it to a taxidermist, once the taxidermist removes the hide and the antlers, that skinned out head can then be turned in to one of our wildlife field offices. And an additional option we've put in place, I think maybe now for the last 4 years, is that we've set up some in-person testing days at our lab. And these are Saturdays, when there's a Saturday after the fall hunt periods, as well as one after the winter hunt periods. And there's open hours on a Saturday where hunters can come down to our laboratory. We have a field staff person and a conservation officer that meet them at the gate to our facility. And they greet them, make sure they've got their proper disease tag with it, and the head is thawed so that we can examine it. And they drive it back to our loading dock for us to look at. We do our exam, and if we don't notice any signs of infection, the field staff person then returns it to the hunter and they can be on their way. This has received really positive feedback from hunters who have participated in it. They really appreciate the opportunity to have a way to keep their skull, or if they're getting a European mount, so they can keep this kind of one-in-a-lifetime trophy, as well as be compliant with the testing requirement. I think the past 2 seasons we just completed, we had over 60 hunters participate in this option. So it's been a good addition to the program. We have tested other non-surveyed wildlife. These surveys were really done back in the late 90s and early 2000s. The ones in the table are ones that have tested positive for the disease. The ones underneath are other species that were sampled. And from some of the analysis done on the genetics of these, at that time at least, there was not evidence that these were part of maintaining the cycle between deer and cattle, so they could become infected by deer or by cattle, mostly thought to be infected from scavenging on infected deer carcasses. I do want to talk a little bit about human health surrounding this disease. We have had 8 human cases in the state related to this Michigan strain of TB. You'll note that some of these were directly related to the deer that they handled themselves. So case 2 was a hunter who cut himself while field dressing his deer and got a local infection in his hand. And you'll note that we had 2 cases early on, 2002 and 2004, and then we didn't really see anything for 13 years. So it really wasn't thought to be a significant concern at the time. And then we had a 3rd case in 2017, and since then have had a case almost every other year. So a little more concerning that we're starting to see these more frequently, and also concerning that the more recent cases don't seem to have a really clear contact with deer or cattle that could be identified to where their exposure may have happened. Now, case 5 was a young woman who was diagnosed, and her family had a cabin up in DMU 452 that they used to visit when she was a child. They have video of her actually hand feeding deer. Her neighbor rehabilitated a sick fawn. So there's thought that somewhere in one of those contacts that she may have been exposed. Case 6 and 8, on the other hand, they're not hunters. They have no history of working on farms or association with drinking raw milk or anything of the sort that you would normally think of. So really a mystery still on exactly where their exposure contact came from. Case 7 was a live-in roommate with case 6. So this was actually a human-to-human transmission. Through the genetic work, we do know these are all related to the Michigan strain of TB. So these aren't acquired through travel or any other means. So just some concerns there when we start to see cases that we cannot identify where the contact may have been. When hunters do submit a positive deer to us, they do get notified by letter. In the letter, it is recommended that they follow up with their personal physician because of their exposure to a TB positive deer. We had some people call us and they had trouble getting a test done just because physicians weren't that familiar with it, since it is not that common in the US. So in 2024, I worked with the TB program manager with our Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. We added just a half page of bullets of what their exposure was and why the testing was recommended to help assist people in getting this testing done. And the reason it's important is because the disease actually, when you're exposed, can lie dormant for years. And this is true for both people and animals. And so the body can wall it off and not actually develop active infection for a number of years. And if it is caught during this stage, which we call latent TB, you can receive treatment at that time, and it can reduce the chances of getting active disease to less than 5%. And so we really feel that it is, we've had more discussions with our professionals in the Department of Natural Resources, MDART, and Human Health and Human Services about more follow-up with hunters and farmers, because they are the group at obviously higher risk due to their regular contact with deer and cattle, that, you know, informing them to be proactive and get treatment early is important. Treatment is available after the disease becomes active, but of course at that time now you're battling not only the disease, but a pretty rough course of treatment to go through as well. We've done a lot of surveillance in deer and cattle, and we do think this is probably one of the pieces that is missing in the program here in the state. So back to deer and cattle, for prevention and risk mitigation, really for cattle, the focus is on protecting herds. So feeding and watering cattle away from deer areas and keeping them out of contact in that way, storing feed safely where deer don't have access to it, as well as removing habituated deer from farms. So really biosecurity here is the key. On the deer side, we want to continue monitoring, obviously monitoring prevalence, but also for any indication of spread, encouraging hunter involvement to help reduce those deer densities, and of course, continuing to limit that increased unnatural congregation of deer. And then also some targeted removal of deer around farms with known positives. So I'll wrap up with just mentioning some research. I'm not going to go into detail on all of these. The only one I'll talk about a little bit is the vaccination of deer. But the others on the list, this role of fur-bearing mammals, I mentioned earlier that we had surveys we did back in the early 2000s, and the question has come, that at the time they weren't showing really that they were playing a role in transmission. But now that the disease has persisted on the landscape for 20 years, has that role changed? And should we be looking at these again, particularly around farmed areas? There's continued work looking at transmission and persistence of disease in different age and sex classes of deer, as well as on looking at the emergence and evolution of TB in Michigan as well. There's new work starting to some modeling using all three of these subgroups and looking at the interface between them, and if there are any new or additional areas that we can target for TB control. And then some new ideas on the table involve forest management, which would be some private land work around farms, creating better quality habitat to try and draw deer away from farms and onto natural habitat to reduce that transmission cycle between deer and cattle. MDARD has invested a lot of money in fencing on farms in order to exclude deer, and so they'd like to look at the effectiveness of that in reducing transmission, as well as this survey for human exposure I just mentioned. So the vaccine field trial, this was something that took place, the field trial took place in late winter of 2024. It was led by Dr. Rick Campa with MSU and Dr. Verkotterin with the National Wildlife Research Center. There were three parts actually funded. The first was some spatial modeling. The second was a pen deer study looking at the best way to deliver the vaccine to deer. And then the third was putting all of that out into the field, into a small trial study. So this study, they were granted access to 7 or 8 different landowners, allowed access on the land, mainly agricultural fields where deer activity was already known to be high. The sites were set up in a grid-like fashion. The grids were about 50 by 20 meters, and they're set up in rows. And so the photo on the top right there, you'll see 5 stakes at the end. These are marking those rows. There were video and still cameras placed around the perimeter to capture deer activity. The bottom photos are showing, so the vaccine itself was a liquid vaccine, so they had to figure a way to actually encapsulate it and make it be able to last out in a field setting. So they had a chemist on the project that actually developed this, what's called an alginate sphere. It's not a gel cap, but it's kind of probably the closest thing that you could relate it to. It is an algae-based sphere. And the center photo is showing these little condiment cups. This is a mixture of alfalfa, molasses, and wheat gluten mixed together. The sphere put in the middle, and then a little bit more of that mixture put on top. And then these were turned out into the field sites, and each with a numbered stake. So there were 100 of these, but at each site, they are placed 8 feet apart within these sites. The video here, if you can see it, a little hard to see in the corner there, but this doe is finding one of those we call them vaccine delivery units, finding one of those VDUs and picking it up and beginning to chew on it. Now, the idea behind this and why the wheat gluten was added is because we wanted them to stick together really well. So not only did we not want them to pick it up and bite into it and the vaccine would fall out, but once they got that piece in the mouth, they needed to chew on it a while in order to burst that capsule so the vaccine would bathe the tonsils, and that was what would vaccinate the deer. And so it was made to actually be really chewy to have that process take place. Over the course of the study, 1,500 of these VDUs were deployed, and average consumption was estimated to be about 58%. The range of deer on the sites that they observed were anywhere as few as 3 to more than 20 per site. And then at 8 to 12 weeks post-vaccination, 117 deer were removed from the study sites. Now, originally it was, there was a plan to use a blood test to check for immune response. Unfortunately, while the blood test worked really well in pen deer studies on live deer, did not work that well in field study on already euthanized deer. But all of the heads from these animals were collected per a normal protocol to check for signs of infection. We did find 2 infected deer in the ones that were removed. But in addition, we wanted, instead of just sending on lymph nodes from infected deer, which is what we would normally do for diagnostic testing, we sent on lymph nodes from all of the deer. And the reason for that is that we knew that this vaccine could be found in the lymph nodes. Now, it isn't a guarantee. It doesn't happen in all deer, but it is possible. So we wanted to see if we could detect it. And we did find that 5 of the deer had evidence of the vaccine in the lymph nodes, indicating that they were indeed vaccinated. So for any future work on this, really the idea would be to develop a reliable biomarker. This would be able to reliably tell us how many deer are actually being vaccinated. Ideally, it would be another way too, that it would be in a way that we could identify deer easily if hunters wanted to know that their deer had been vaccinated. But one question that comes up often is, well, what about vaccinating cattle? And it's a great question. Logistically, it's a lot easier. Diagnostically, it's a little bit more complex. The test that's used on cattle, in infected cattle and vaccinated cattle will react the same way on this test. And so there are diagnostic improvements looking at a way to differentiate the two, so maybe not off the table forever. But even so, with that, there's still that desire to remove or at least reduce the disease in the reservoir population, because as we know, as zoonotic diseases, if they remain in that population, they still remain a threat to cattle, other wildlife, and humans. So thank you for sticking with me through all of that, and happy to try and answer questions.
So at this point, there's not an availability of a marker to be added to the vaccine to indicate test or vaccinated versus TB positive, correct?
So there's not, for the cattle you're talking? Or
For either.
Okay, so right. So with deer, obviously we're doing testing of dead deer. So we're looking for signs of infection in the lymph node. With cattle, it's live testing. So that's where that would be like the differentiation part of being able to tell on that test, is it reacting because it's vaccinated or is it reacting because it's infected? So yes, there's work there to be done to be able to tell the difference on that. In terms of what I was talking about, a biomarker for actually doing a field study with deer to vaccinate those, it would be, there's no way for us to right now reliably tell what deer had been vaccinated, right? So the blood test didn't work to do that. So we need like some kind of biomarker. So in some pre-studies they did where they were designing these VDUs without the vaccine, they had a marker in there, it's called rhodamine B, and it's a dye really, and they use that, but you have to take whisker samples or other samples from the animal in order to be able to see if it's eaten this dye. They couldn't put both of those in the capsule, so once you add the vaccine, there wasn't really room for both, and it's a pretty messy one on top of it. And they did note that there is some taste aversion to that rhodamine B2, and so we're worried about deer spitting that back out and not actually becoming vaccinated with it. So looking for a different way to do something similar, basically.
And then my different question, are you able to discuss the most recent cattle TB detection?
Probably not,
Okay.
just since it's
And
not
that's why
my
I
jurisdiction.
that's why I
Yeah.
phrased it in that way.
Yeah.
So, all
I
right.
think you'll get an update on that in April when we're back.
Okay, very good. Thank
Yep.
you.
Other questions? All right, thank you. I do have one question. Any other states, for a while, we were seeing some spillover in some other states. We brought in experts from Great Britain, New Zealand, South Africa, can't even remember where else, when we first detected this to help us design the program. And then our folks became the knowledge keepers for other states that had spillover. We getting tapped for that, or are there other states that are seeing it at this point?
No, I think Minnesota was the classic example, right? They found it there and they took what we did here, what we didn't know to do, I guess, and really hit it pretty hard and were able to eliminate that from their deer population pretty quickly because they identified it early and were able to use the knowledge that we had learned to put it in place, and it worked for them. So, but luckily, no other states have had something like that happening. So,
all right.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. With
Thank you,
that,
Melinda.
yeah, thank you very much. Okay, it's 12:08. We're going to take a break for lunch. We'll be back probably at 12:40, 12:45. Why don't we do that, folks? Thank you. our live stream ready? Okay, we're going to get started on public appearances, comments, and to kick that off, let's see, we're restarting. I should put this on the record. It's 12:49, and Brooke Parmalee is going to walk us through the public appearance guidelines.
Good afternoon, everyone. For those of you that signed up before the end of the day last Friday, you have 5 minutes to give your comments today. For those of you that signed up after last Friday, you have 3 minutes. And if you would like to sign up still, Amanda has some cards in the back. Just fill one out and we'll get you added to the list. When you have 1 minute left, I'll hold up the 1 minute sign. When your time is up, I will hold up the time please sign, and we ask that you please bring your comments to a close. Also, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
And we would ask people to speak into the microphones, push the button, it'll turn green, and keep it about 3 inches away from you, if you would. And first up is Marcy.
I'll start with my usual disclaimer. I'm not talking about deer camp here, and my name is Marcy Terwilliger. These are both comments from last month reacting to the coyote capitulation. Quote, "That's the outcome we were hoping for," end quote. Stated with a smug assurance of one accustomed to being the only voice that matters when demands for more sport killing is up for grabs. Another comment was a gushing quote, "You guys are the best commission by far," end quote, like a kid in a proverbial candy store. It's relevant to note here that the animal law section of the Michigan State Bar opposed the 12-month season, saying in part that allowing it can result in dependent pups suffering and dying when their mother is killed. Last month, one of you asked the DNR carnivore specialist if a return to a 12-month season would impact coyote numbers. Hearing a no in response, which neutered the tired argument of why the longer season was necessary, y'all switched to quote, "Well, it's better for pelts," end quote. Pelts. That's all they are to you. Back in the 2000s, I'd go to Wolf Advisory Council meetings and hear that same numbers reference. Like the sentient social creatures with daily routines and family lives were nothing more than counting beans in a jar. And I'd call it out. Yet here we are, still in that detached aloofness, oblivious to the obvious. There remains a serious disconnect in this treating wild lives as objects. I don't know if that's because we've been abusing wildlife for decades with zero regard for their suffering, trapped, shot, wounded, trying to run for their lives, and beaver, otters struggling for air as they slowly drown, others flailing in snares as life slips away. But it's not hard to see how we got here. One of the commenters I referenced earlier, so pleased with the favorable outcome of the WCO, is a member of some sport cruelty canine killer association. We also heard from a speaker promoting a new thing called Young Guns to get more kids into killing animals for fun. And the budget report showed lacking funds that could impact law enforcement. Couple that with aggressive demands for ever more killing opportunities, and we have a multi-pronged poison dart heading straight toward our wild ones. I told you last month of the Drs. Vucetich and Brusgatter survey completed in October that clearly showed a majority of the public is trending strongly toward more coexistence, less cruelty. This commission's chair reiterated then, quote, "Authorities have the right to decide seasons," end quote. Yes, and the NRC was duly tasked as such. What it doesn't do, however, is give you license to ignore a majority who've apparently been deemed irrelevant. There's too much of that already in Washington, D.C., also with tragically fatal results. Now, another study late last year, authored by a neuroscientist and professor of biology, the Freeman-Tong study, focused on Canis latrans because their lasting pair bonds made them well suited to conduct research on their grieving processes. Utilizing animals already deceased in the wild, the study revealed corticotropic releasing factors in the brain linked to stress and memory were highly similar to patterns seen in grieving humans. Longer howls, coyotes whose mates had been killed exhibited longer howls, apathy, decreased appetite, and other human adjacent behaviors. You've reversed your own call for a shortened coyote season, which was validated by the court as being scientific. What does it say about this body's values when the respected organization Humane World for Animals is compelled to intercede legally? We can no longer deny the growing evidence of animals' remarkable capacities and emotions. Discovery of these heretofore unknown revelations is an increasingly emergent field. How is it that with all the degrees and alleged expertise collectively held by those calling the shots, literally, our go-to wildlife policy is an appallingly pedestrian one, to find ever more ways and reasons to just kill them?
Any questions, comments? Director, Commissioners, my name is Thad Dickinson. As a citizen of Michigan, I'm here to hold you accountable for your unscientific and politically motivated war on Michigan's coyotes. According to Merriam-Webster, to disinform means to intentionally spread false information to deceive or mislead. And that's exactly what you did to justify your promise to a well-funded vocal minority of the hunting community that, come hell or high water, you were going to permit the indiscriminate and unlimited killing of coyotes 365 days a year, day and night on public and private land. Despite two biologists with the DNR's Wildlife Division admitting that the department doesn't know the existing statewide population of coyotes, you intentionally sought to deceive Michiganders into believing that the coyote population has become so vast that the only management solution is to indiscriminately kill them in unlimited numbers, 365 days a year, day and night on public and private land. You sought to deceive Michiganders into believing this allegedly vast population of coyotes is increasingly killing domestic pets, when in fact the DNR's Wildlife and sheriff's offices and animal control units from across the state explain that no such data exists to support that claim. You also sought to deceive Michiganders into believing that this purportedly vast population of coyotes is increasingly spreading diseases that place us at risk. Mange is only transmitted by direct contact. Coyotes are considered sentinels of bovine TB, not vectors. And according to the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, there have been no confirmed cases of rabid coyotes between 2018 and the present. But those facts didn't support your narrative. As if that disinformation and fear-mongering weren't enough, you sought to deceive Michiganders into believing that your war on coyotes is backed by science. You referenced only 2 studies to justify your commitment to indiscriminately kill coyotes in unlimited numbers, 365 days a year, day and night on public and private land. One of those studies, Pitt et al. 2001, isn't even a peer-reviewed study, and its methodology was later found to be suspect. The other study you referenced concluded that indiscriminate coyote control is not effective in increasing white-tailed deer populations, a fact you conveniently failed to mention when citing that study. The sound, peer-reviewed science conducted over the past quarter century overwhelmingly and unambiguously finds that the indiscriminate killing of coyotes is not an effective solution for boosting game populations, stock depredation, or reducing coyote populations. According to the Wildlife Society, one way that science is abused by decision makers in setting policies and making wildlife management decisions is by ignoring the science that contradicts its desired outcome. And that's exactly what you did. You ignored the science that contradicted your desired outcome. The first tenet of the North American model of wildlife conservation states, quote, wildlife is held in trust by the government for the benefit of all, end quote. The DNR's Wildlife Division strategic plan reaffirms that tenet, stating, quote, wildlife resources are held in trust by the government for the people of Michigan, end quote. Your own policy, number 4103, states, quote, all wild animals found in this state, whether resident or migratory, and whether native or introduced, are the property of the people of the state, end quote. Your role as steward isn't just to serve those who hunt, trap, and fish, but also those Michiganders who photograph, study, and simply value wildlife for its own intrinsic worth, even if they never engage with it. By using your position of authority as steward of the natural resources to promote a deceiving narrative about the coyote population to fulfill a promise to a minority of less than 6% of Michigan's population, you violated the public trust that this commission is expected to uphold. There are certainly problem coyotes, but there's not a coyote problem in Michigan. Rather, this commission and the politicians and special interest groups it kowtows to have a problem with coexisting with coyotes. This is evident in Commissioner Humphrey's statement to the bridge that, quote, we know that coyotes can cause problems, end quote. There's no evidence that coyotes are causing the problems that you say they are causing on a scale that requires them to be indiscriminately killed in unlimited numbers, 365 days a year, day and night on public and private land. Your coyote management season is intended to provide, to again quote Commissioner Humphries, the opportunity to kill coyotes for any reason or no reason at all. Killing a species for what it can do, what it can or might do isn't management, it's species cleansing. Your coyote management season is evidence of your alignment with the opinion of a tiny minority of Michiganders that coyotes are not worthy of the space they inhabit, and the only good coyote is a dead coyote. I know my presence here is of no consequence to you, but I am a citizen of Michigan, and this commission will be held accountable for the disinformation that is spread, the science that is ignored, and the public trust that is violated in its war on coyotes. Thank you.
B. Freelander. Excuse me.
Good afternoon, Chair Humphries, Commission members, Director Bowen, and AAG Gamble. My name's B. Friedlander, and I represent Attorneys for Animals. Welcome, Commissioner Eyster. I note that you have a background in administrative law, so that should prove useful on this commission. I want to talk today about Wildlife Conservation Order Amendment number 2. We note that the Fur Taker User Group had significant input. This advisory council represents only one point of view. We urge the DNR, as we have for years, to take into account the perspectives of those who do not profit by or support market hunting practices. In particular, we oppose items 4, 8, 9, 10, and 11. These proposals either extend hunting trapping or are a concession to the wishes and convenience of trappers. There must be a high standard justifying increased killing of wildlife. This WCO does not meet that high standard. I want to briefly address Wildlife Conservation Order Amendment number 3, not in detail because it hasn't been published yet, but we will be commenting on it next month. And I will say that the presentation this morning tracks the whole coyote thing, and it demonstrates that there's no science behind what you want to do. Finally, the bigger picture. From our perspective, the NRC has adopted a laissez-faire attitude in exercising its, quote, exclusive authority to regulate the taking of game and sport fish, end quote. This is epitomized by a quote from the chair after the January meeting. Quote, "We know that coyotes can cause problems. We're trying to free up the reins and provide that opportunity and yet still be respectful of the resource and the users out there," end quote. This is an abnegation of your responsibilities. The January NRC meeting at the end cannot go without comment. One commissioner took the floor and asked for orders that appear to mimic the process used in developing Wildlife Conservation Order Amendment 10 of 2025 about the coyotes. The back and forth among commissioners was unseemly and not respectful of your leadership roles nor of the wildlife. Actually, since I have a little time, I will tell you an anecdote. When I got home after that meeting and I told my husband about the end of it and the back and forth up there and armadillos and all that kind of stuff, he said to me, "That sounds like a bunch of guys sitting around a bar." Thank you.
So, good afternoon, Director, Chair, and Commissioners, and WAG. I'd like to offer a few comments. The first one is the deer call in 3 nearby cities, mainly Farmington Hills and South Hills. Last fall, with the guidance from the DNR, these cities approved using USDA sharpshooters to mass kill 400 deer within the city limits. USDA agents are using bait and silencers to shoot during the night near homes and parks. I don't know when they started. They expected to be starting end of January and February. But with the USDA having eliminated 20% of its staff in the first half of last year, what confidence can we have that the public will be safe with the deer killing being done by fully qualified and experienced sharpshooters? And then also, this winter's been brutal. In the Metro Detroit area where I live, the temperatures have gone down to -5, 10 degrees at night. That's not even the wind chill. And I understand that deer can withstand extreme colds, but we've had a lot of snow that stuck around too. And so that would adversely impact their food sources. With the young deer, they have more difficulty surviving. So I ask, can the deer calls be canceled? Another item is the lead shot in lead and bullets, fishing sinkers, and jig heads. And I question why lead ammunition is still legal in Michigan for hunting and fishing. There's many non-toxic options like copper, steel, tin, and more being developed. Lead poisoning not only causes birds or animals to die a painful death, but also has consequences for their populations, for the ones that manage to survive. Waterfowl hunters are already required to use non-toxic shot in Michigan and the rest of the country. So it doesn't adversely affect hunting outcomes. So it seems to suggest that other types of hunting could also move to non-toxic shot. And the reason I bring this up now is just a couple weeks ago, a bald eagle they named Armstrong was fighting for his life at the Wildside Rehab in Eaton Rapids. He died after suffering from severe lead poisoning. The image that I have on the back shows him in that rehabber's arm trying to gasp for air. And then the image next to him is what he would have looked like being able to live without being poisoned by the lead. However, he obtained it. So what approaches could support a gradual move away from lead shot? How can we move to eliminating lead ammunitions and replacing with non-toxic solutions? The next item is regarding today's fur bear regulations, the increase to otter bag limits and extending the season. River otter were almost extinct 100 years ago, but through the hard work of conservation efforts and improved water quality, they started to recover. They're keystone species. They only have 1 to 3 babies in the spring and March and April. So extending the season during this critical time would be detrimental to their survival rate, and increasing the number of otters that can be taken would be detrimental to their population. I know that trapping is a tradition. It takes a lot of skill, but what about the stress and suffering animals undergo in traps?
So I'm curious, why isn't trapper education courses required like hunter education is? And then, I don't know how much time I have. The next item is regarding the Canada geese. I checked the DNR website and it hasn't been updated from last year, but it still has information about rounding up and gassing geese. And I'm starting to hear about lakefront areas asking how they can manage their human conflict with geese. So maybe if there's a PSA or like an hour seminar or a handout that could be provided to lakefront communities or anyone that wants to find a short or long-term solution that's readily available that the DNR could provide. And the images I have here is the opening of Centennial Park in Detroit. They restored a water garden wetlands, and it's a perfect example of a riparian barrier to deter geese and other waterfowl. And then on the back, the fourth page is a proven success story, and it's year over year where Chrysler Beach and Marysville, they changed and added intermittent grasses to deter geese from nesting and using that area. And so lastly, I was wondering if there's any updates, and then if there's another council meeting that you could recommend regarding the wildlife that I could attend. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sir, we do have information on goose avoidance techniques. She's here, isn't she? Or Barb, you probably know this. On the website, aren't the deterrent techniques available there? Well, we'll let you two discuss this outside or afterwards, if that's all right. Okay, and I created that problem. Sorry, folks. Merle Jones, Fur Bear Ribs.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Commissioner. There we go. I gotta have a green light. Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I have with me President of MTPCA, Joel Volchansky. Will have a comment to follow mine, and I'll try and be quick. MTPCA fully supports not only amendment number 2, but the upcoming amendment number 3. And we applaud the Commission for their actions towards modernization of our management abilities, because at the end of the day, that is exactly our priority. We are the only species of animal on the face of the earth that have the ability to manage for the greater good. And the idea that we would in some fashion consider abdicating that responsibility just to appease the emotions of a vocal minority, quite frankly, appalls me. We have a responsibility, and if we do not manage, no one will. And the results of that lack of management will be horrendous. And you know, we can get into all kinds of philosophical arguments about what this planet might be like if human beings were never here. Reality is we are. And with humans on the face of the earth, with the amount of species trying to all occupy the same space, if we do not fulfill that responsibility in management, then shame on us. So again, I applaud the Commission for stepping up to modernize our management ability. Thank you very much, and I will give it to Joe.
Thank you, Commissioner and Director and Commissioners, or Chair and Commissioners. The first thing I'd like to say, and I hope everybody in this room remembers this, the cruelest thing we can do to wildlife is fail to manage it. So with that being said, the only thing I want to add today is I want to thank the department. I know they don't get thanked very often, but more often, I'd like to thank Cody Norton and Sarah Thompson for helping us draft an MOU, a memorandum of understanding about the incidental fur bearers. So in the past, for incidental fur bearers, over limits or incidental catches would get turned over to the department and they would be disposed of. Well, with this memorandum of understanding, we're allowed to take those resources. We actually will prepare them and we'll sell them at our fur sales. That money gets put into a special account and it can only be used for trapper education programs. This is done through the Michigan Trapper and Predator Callers Association, but it helps all the trapping associations in the state of Michigan, the UP Trappers Association, Northern Great Lakes Fur Harvesters. So, and we could stretch those dollars very, very far, being a nonprofit. So I'd like to thank the department for that. And the future trappers of Michigan will thank them too. So again, the cruelest thing we can do to wildlife is fail to manage it. Thank you.
I got to turn on my mic after warning all of you to use the mic. Sorry.
I gotta be quick. I owe you a minute from last time. Okay, couple upcoming things that's coming out of MUCC that we're concerned about. One is trapping and snaring of bears. The only state that allows that is Maine. So I contacted Maine and asked them, how do you handle that if you've got a sow with cubs or if you catch a cub? And they said, we shoot them. You shoot them? Yep. When they get a bear license in Maine, it don't matter what it is. It can be a sow with cubs, can be a cub, they can kill it. And I don't think we're going to want to go down that path here. Because if you snare a bear, you're not going to let it go without being tranquilized. And who's going to come out and do that? I mean, it's just ridiculous. The second thing is they're calling for lower the population of bears by 1,000 bears in the UP. Now, in the 2000s, and you can fact check this, I'll rush through as quick as I can. We were killing between 2,400 bears a year total in the state of Michigan. By 2012, the biologists felt we were decimating the herd, the population. It ended up in every unit in the UP being cut by 25 to 35% the licenses. That's why the wait times went up. In the lower peninsula, they had to cut the tags by 65%. And they've inched that back up as the herd has come back up. And we still got to wait 11 years to get a tag. So they want to do that because they say the bears are killing fawns. Bears kill fawns. Absolutely. No question about it. That's true. But I don't have to lecture you. Check with Cody. Check with the chair. The science, we're always talking about science. The science there says you could kill every bear in the UP and it wouldn't make a difference in the deer population. They only go after those fawns the first 2 weeks in their life. And after that, they don't expend the energy the fawns can run. They don't prey on adult deer. The predator prey study proves that. I think in the low snowfall area, 3 years of study, they found 7 bears, 7 fawns killed by bears. Okay, the next one is what we want and what we need in Michigan is to be able to put out baits for bears earlier than we're allowed now, approximately a month earlier. Maybe it's 5 weeks. And what happens is, and we've taken Shannon with us 3 times, different times. We've taken Brooke with us. They can tell you that, back up what I'm going to say. Public land. First week, you're going to find tracks. No, not a problem. Second week, you'll find a few tracks. By the 3rd week, the bears are all run off on the private property where the bait are, where the people are feeding them. Now, it's illegal to feed them, but I like to deal in reality. That's what happens. And we'd like to be able to start baiting the 1st of July, and we know we can hold those bears on public ground. We know we can. And you can ask me, how do you know that, Mike? Well, 30 years ago, when nobody was looking, nobody cared, we baited them and we could hold them, you know, and then when people started looking and started guys getting tickets, well, we quit. Just simple and honestly as that. 30 years ago, nobody paid much attention. I personally never did it, but I was the result. Okay, one last thing. I hate to get into deer, but I'm going to get into deer here just a little bit. You're never going to hunt your way out of that overpopulation of deer in the lower Michigan. You know that. Only 6% of the hunters take 2 deer, and they're not going to. So talk to Shannon. Shannon and I kind of concocted an idea over the last couple years that will involve farmers and Farm Bureau and let them use those tags that they can use when it's summertime. They're free, and the farmers don't want to have guys parading out through their beans, dragging deer out, corn, beans, all that. Let them do it. Create a 7 or 10 day season immediately after muzzleloader season. Those guys got 16 people on their tag, and then deer are all out of the fields. They're in the woodlots, and they're easy. My brother and I here in Lapeer County run coyote hounds. The other day, we put them into a 25-acre woods, give or take an acre, and 75 deer come out. I'm done talking. I made it. So thank you. That's the first. Anybody got any questions? You can talk to Shannon about that deer deal, though. We got to do something. I mean, we can't hunt our way out of that.
Yep.
All set?
All right, all set.
Thank you.
Thank you. Roger Thorman.
This will be very short because I let somebody read my notes before. They're all there. So it's already been said. One thing I have a concern about is in a high snow area in the UP where the population is 2 or less deer per square mile. Why are we having a doe season there? That makes no sense to me whatsoever. And that's about concludes my, oh no, I got one other. There's the 1 buck rule, 2 buck rule, that ongoing, you shoot a doe before you can shoot a buck. When only 6% of the combo licenses shoot a second buck, I don't see why that's an issue at all. And I agree off my notes here that, you know, if you had a later season with the farmers using their kill tags there, the meat would be better for the feed, the, you know, the hunters feeding people. And the last thing, baiting. I know you guys know I'm for baiting. And Melinda's presentation there, what she did, that was a very nice presentation. It's one of the few I listened to today, I think. But 2 things stuck out was where the main TV area is located. And after 30 years of baiting ban, we're about where we started. We had a quick drop and then it's just been leveled off pretty much. So even in a devastating thing like TV, the baiting ban really didn't help that much. And right now with the legislator rushing to the thing, which is what makes me bring this up the most, this was designed to take the legislation out of game laws and stuff. You know, I mean, maybe you can trust the politician, but we just thought that was not right. It should be sportsmen that make the game laws. And now here they're rushing through overruling you. It'd be nice if you could pull a rabbit out of your hat and make baiting legal before we set a bad precedence with the legislators back making rules for us and stuff. And the rest he already said. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Nope.
Commissioners? All right. Carlton Miller.
Good afternoon. My name is Carlton Miller, and I'm one of the officers for Macomb County Quality Deer Cooperative. We are a nonprofit, one of the largest co-ops in the state of Michigan. We got 170 paid members. But I'm here to speak on $1. There's a lot of people asking, show us the science on why we need to go to $1. My question is, show us the science on why we need to shoot $2. What I handed you here is Ohio's regulations. It's 1 page. How many pages does Michigan have? It's a very simple regulation. The first thing I'm going to go through is in the top left corner. My next question is, how many doe seasons does the state of Ohio have? They don't have any. When you listen to the science and manage correctly, you don't need an early doe season, a late doe season, a late doe season, a January doe season. When you have $1, it forces more to harvest. Second thing I'm going to talk about, muzzleloader season. Let's call it what it really is. Ohio calls it a bonus gun season. Their bonus gun season is 2 days. Let's make our bonus gun season 2 days. When you add up all the days here for Ohio's gun season, their bonus gun season, their muzzleloader season, 12 days. That's all they give you. In Michigan, you get 24 days to hunt with a gun. It's simple. You shorten the gun seasons, it forces more people to harvest does. The last thing I'm going to mention is you've seen the map from the DAT team. It's exactly what Ohio does. It makes it simple. You can harvest so many deer in each county. And so, like I said, it's pretty simple when you look at this and why Ohio is successful and Michigan is not. We're not trying to recreate the wheel. Let's just do something that works, right? Next thing I'm going to talk about, last month I spoke, and after I reported numbers on how many people came up to me, they thought my numbers were wrong, which I wanted to make a point. What Brent reported on last week was physical reporting numbers. What I reported on last month was end of the season harvest surveys. Based on the end of the season harvest surveys, 41,000 hunters in the state of Michigan tagged out. According to Brent, only 20,000 of those reported. So my question to the commission, does that mean 50% of the hunters are physically reporting? If the end of the season harvest says 41,000, but Brent's saying 20. The DNR is downplaying how many people tag out, 6.8%. That 6.8% of hunters, 600,000 hunters in the state of Michigan will shoot $82,000 based on the end of the year harvest survey. The state of Indiana as a whole doesn't even shoot $80,000. It's huge. The numbers that people tag out shoot more bucks in the entire state of Indiana. It's big. The next thing, the DNR says there's 2 million deer in the state of Michigan. Why do we give out 1 million buck tags when there isn't even 1 million buck tags in Michigan? There's not a 4-to-1 ratio, so there's not 500,000 bucks. So even if we went to $1, we're still selling more buck tags that bucks actually exist. Does that make sense to people? The average person shoots 1.5 deer. Why would we sell 2 buck tags? You sell 2 buck tags, then nobody can figure out why no one wants to shoot does. There's no need. Is $1 going to solve our problems? No. I believe it needs to go with an APR. Now the DNR is going to tell you that 80% of all the bucks meet APR requirements. Well, I'm here to tell you, I don't believe that's correct. Our co-op ran a doe drive this year, and I sat at a processor for 1 day, and I seen more 1.5s go through that door than I've seen my entire life. I asked the processor, how many deer do you estimate 1.5s get killed? He says 50%, and I'm thinking, how do you say 50% or 1.5, but the DNR say 80%? And this is my theory. The people that show off their buck on social media or driving around town, they report those deer because they're not going to go show this deer off that they don't report. So the numbers are biased to people that have bigger deer. Whereas the people that shoot the 1.5, they shoot it, throw it in the back of their truck and drop it off. And so why APRs are needed are because more young bucks are just getting killed. And you wonder, with 2 bucks and no APRs, why nobody shoots does. I mean, I don't know what more to say, but I believe that we need to get our state back on track, and we can do that with $1 and 8 pairs. Thank you. Any questions?
Doesn't appear there are. Thank you. Jim Sweeney.
Good afternoon. So I was going to talk about deer regs, but instead I'm going to shift gears and follow up on Melinda's presentation on TB and discuss a couple of other diseases which impact our deer herd in Michigan. It's common to hear comparisons on social media between EHD and CWD. Recently, hunters are very alarmed over EHD, but a lot of them will dismiss CWD as any kind of a threat, many claiming that it's a hoax. The reason for this is because the impact of an EHD outbreak is visible immediately, while the impact of CWD is felt over decades. EHD, or epizootic hemorrhagic disease, is a bloodborne virus transmitted via biting midges. It has a 20 to 50% mortality rate, and once clinical symptoms occur, kills infected deer very rapidly, typically between 24 and 48 hours. Because it kills so quickly, the victims appear to be perfectly healthy, and they're often mature deer, which is why finding them dead makes such an impact. Not all deer die from EHD, and once recovered from it, they have some immunity. In the last decade, the range of EHD has moved steadily north to many Midwestern states, including Michigan, where it was not previously found. While deer herds in southern states have developed some level of herd immunity, northern herds are totally vulnerable, often resulting in substantial mortality. Fortunately, because it kills deer so quickly, outbreaks tend to be localized and not found over large-scale areas. CWD, or chronic wasting disease, is a very different type of a disease. It's caused by prions, which are misfolded proteins, not from a virus or a bacterial infection. As a result, no immune response occurs, and herd immunity will not ultimately provide a solution via natural selection. Unlike EHD, 100% of deer infected with CWD will die, typically within a 24-month time frame. Now, many infected deer are killed by hunters or automobiles before clinical symptoms appear, but those deer are essentially dead deer walking. CWD is transmitted both via direct deer-to-deer contact and through environmental transmission from shed prions. Because as a species, deer have social boundaries which prevent a great deal of direct contact with other non-family member deer, CWD is relatively slow to spread. The slowness of this spread is what allows many hunters to ignore the disease or to claim that it's a hoax. When it takes decades for prevalence levels to initially increase much at all, skeptics are quick to point out that mitigation efforts are having no impact because there's no visual evidence of any changes occurring. But the lack of such visual evidence does not mean that there is no impact, only that the impact has to be measured in decades, not in months or years. The spread and prevalence of CWD increases exponentially as more deer become infected with it. As the prevalence increases, so do the number of prions deposited on the landscape, which in turn increases environmental transmission. So while it takes a long time for an epidemic to get started, eventually it starts to snowball and transmission rates increase substantially. There's evidence that once the prevalence rate in doe populations reaches roughly 30%, that lowered recruitment will result in sustained population declines. Such declines are beginning to be observed in several states. Modeling suggests that population declines will accelerate until deer populations eventually stabilize at very low densities, with most of the population being under 3.5 years old. At such population densities, the sport of deer hunting may no longer exist. With densities that low, herds will also be vulnerable to other major impacts, such as EHD outbreaks or sustained winter weather, which could result in localized extirpation. I'd offer this analogy. An EHD outbreak resembles an ice storm, such as we experienced last year in the NLP. It has a devastating impact and may take a year or two to recover from, but in the long run, the impact on the resource is negligible and it won't threaten the sport of deer hunting. CWD, on the other hand, can be seen as an ice age driven by a slow-moving glacier. Glaciers move slowly, but they have long-lasting impacts. Of the two diseases, CWD will have a much more profound impact on the resource and has the potential to eventually end the sport of deer hunting as we know. It may take 50 or 75 years, but the ultimate severity of the impact of this disease cannot be understated.
As the body charged with implementing management policies, it's vital that as commissioners, that you have an accurate and full understanding of the potential of impact of CWT, which may have on our whitetail resource and on the sport of deer hunting in Michigan. I would urge you to look at science, not popular opinion, as you consider policies which can either help or hurt mitigation efforts in the days ahead. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, Ross Gaveling.
Brooke, you missed an R in there.
Oh,
It's all right. It's Graveling, but that's okay.
is it?
I'll forgive her this
Well,
time,
I
I think.
didn't
so,
put it in
yes.
either. Sorry, I'll make a note
All
on
right,
mine.
no problem. Good afternoon, commissioners, chair, director, vice chair. My name is Ross Graveling. I'm the director of Sports Persons Ministries. Part of what we do is just engage different outdoors people all over through different events. This is our busy time of the year. We're interacting with lots of outdoorsmen and lots of different things. In the last week, I've interacted with well over 1,000 outdoors people through wild game banquets at churches, hunter safety classes, and other events that we held just in the last week. So it's not just me that I represent and that I want to talk about, but it's, I think I have an ear to a lot of different sportsmen. I'm invested in the resource and want to see it continue to get better and better for future generations, for my kids and those after us. Speaking about kids, as I was thinking about what I wanted to say here this afternoon, just that thought and idea came up as parents, and most of you up there, probably parents, grandparents, different things like that. But within parenting, we parent differently as our kids get older. My kids are now late teenagers, and so it looks very different to parent a teenager than it did when they were much younger. When my kids were much younger, it was very black and white, and as parents, we got to decide the rules, and we got to point them in directions that we hope now, as they're teenagers, they're flourishing because of the foundation that was laid by the black and white rules that we explained, the how and the why, and all of the questions that we answered when they were young. Allows them to be, hopefully, great contributing adults to society. When I look at our deer regulation stuff and the way that some of that has gone in our state over the last decades, there's not been a lot of changes that have happened when it comes to deer regulations. And a lot of it has just been going with traditions and standards and what's kind of been. And I think within that, we've neglected to look at the real health of the herd at different times and to get ahead of some of that stuff. And when we get behind some of those things, even as we're talking about some of the disease things today, when you get behind those issues begin to compound one on top of another. And what started as a little issue in just one area becomes bigger and bigger. And if we were to measure herd dynamics and what makes healthy herds, right? The one aspect of that is disease that's been talked about today. Another aspect of that is carrying capacity for the land and trying to have that be where populations are within that. Another aspect of a healthy deer herd would have to do with age structure that is out there. I think if any of us looked at things and said if our entire state or our entire world was run by young kids, it would be devastating, right? And if our deer herd is entirely managed and run for just with immature deer, that certainly doesn't seem very healthy. And then buck to doe ratios being in balance within that. And if we look at those measurables, Michigan is not doing very well in most of those categories. Some of the areas are way below carrying capacity, some way above. Our age structure of our bucks especially is terrible. Buck to doe ratios is not good at all. And so my urgence within some of this is what can we do as a state, as a commission to say we need to, essentially we've been letting our state run as teenagers and we've shown as hunters we're not very good at self-regulation. When we're given the opportunity to do things, we're going to push them to the max. And so what can we do to put some regulations in place, some black and white groundworks that say we need to get our health of our herd back into a different place than what it currently is? What can we do to put some parameters, one buck rule, look at dose structure differently, look at gun seasons compared to some of the states around us? And what can we do to begin to really make some significant change? Just in some conversations that I had with someone, they said, well, if we change too many things at once, we wouldn't know what made the change. Think about that. That seems like a really stupid answer to a question. If we change too many things and it goes positive, we can't name the one thing that made it change. If that's really a legitimate concern, that would be super troubling to me. But what can we do to change the current trajectory that it's been headed on and set some education in place, as well as some regulations and parameters that would help us get to a much more balanced and healthy herd in our state? Thank you.
Ross, is Maury DeYoung still around?
Yeah. So, I mean, he helped with, he retired when I took over like 6 years ago, but he still is around.
Well, if you see him, please tell him I said hello. Josh Arbogast. I think I skipped one.
You didn't miss any letters in my name, just so you know.
Yeah, we need to buy another vowel, that's right. There you go.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Director, Commissioner Eister, welcome. Good to have you. Welcome to the party. As always, I want to thank the Commission and the Department for allowing us the opportunity to gather and share our concerns. Many of us just don't understand how important that is, and I am grateful for that. Michigan's deer management plan, as we know, isn't working the way it should. We're hearing it from quite a few people in the room today. And for hunters, for landowners, or the long-term health of the resource. And for decades, our management has leaned heavily on hunter satisfaction and not the resource itself. We continue to see unbalanced buck ratios, overbrowsed habitats in parts of the state, and a poor age structure. All these issues ultimately lead to poor retention of our hunting community, as many are leaving to seek a better experience elsewhere. The R's aren't failing because people don't care about hunting. They fail when hunters put in time, money, and effort and see little reward. Tradition, that has been our shield. In the hunting community, my peers will use that word to cover every last ounce of accountability and stewardship that we have. And I have news for everybody that tradition is why we're failing. Our loyalty to tradition has sidelined the nationally renowned deer biologists of our state, leaving the science ignored, hunters divided, and completely disengaged. To summarize, our tradition was never born out of sound scientific management. Therefore, the system of operating off decades of tradition is broken. We must scrap it and build fresh. Change does not mean abandoning data. It means being willing to adjust when our regulations are not producing the intended results. Which brings me back to something that I've been hammering on for months, our tradition of not harvesting does. Going to a one buck regulation is the foundation that this state needs to jumpstart that change and build upon. But a foundation does need to be built upon. We won't do it alone. And the perfect complement would be adopting a DMU antlerless quota concept such as Rochelle Hubbard proposed to the DAT. And if anybody hasn't looked at that, not just you guys, but anybody in this room, I greatly encourage them to do so. But we need to keep building, and we need to put a roof on this house. And the tradition of the mulligan buck during gun season needs to end. November 15th has to go. We're over harvesting bucks and under harvesting does. So we need to remove the easiest weapon from time frame when bucks are most vulnerable, the peak of the rut. We need to move gun season to the week of Thanksgiving and reduce it to a maximum of 9 days, potentially starting the Saturday before Thanksgiving and ending it the Sunday after. Move it back a week. Eliminate all extra and or extended opportunity seasons and return muzzleloader to a primitive weapon season.
With less time, more pressure equates more harvest. And in that aspect, timing is everything. There's nothing in this world I love more than my time in the whitetail woods, and I do mean that. So I'm not campaigning for reduced opportunities, but I am pleading for better outcomes. We owe it to the future hunters, landowners, and overall health of the resource to quit kicking the can down the road and make a commitment to leave it better than we found it. I firmly believe that this commission in front of me will be the ones to do that in May. So thank you again for allowing me the platform to share my concerns. I do consider it a privilege that a lot of states don't have. We're able to come up here and do that, and I want to say thank you for that. If there's any questions?
Any questions, commissioners? Right, thank you. Michelle. You two reversed order this time. I don't know how I'm going to follow that act, but very well said, Josh. All right, commissioners, chair, director, a lot of talk about deer management today. What is deer management? Management is an action. We must manage the deer herd, and we must also manage the hunter. Otherwise, our regulations are just a lid on a pot. And right now, that pot is boiling over and has been boiling over for as long as I have been involved, going on 10 years now. At the last meeting, a short list of some of the objectives from the DNR's deer management plan were presented. The only management really described was essentially make sure deer don't go extinct again, so hunters can keep hunting, and inversely that the deer do not get too overpopulated. Nothing about managing the deer themselves for the conservation and stewardship of the species. Nothing about the biological needs or the best scenario to thrive, not just survive. Like I said in my previous comments at that meeting last month, the management plan is the same kind of plan you would have for a nuisance animal or varmint, not a keystone game species that generates millions in licenses or license revenue and billions in total state revenue, which is declining rapidly due to hunter numbers declining. We have come to a point where change has to happen in order to fix the sinking ship. We have the second highest amount of bucks killed in the nation, but satisfaction with those bucks is around 30%, meaning that almost 70% of hunters are dissatisfied with the bucks they are seeing or taking. That is a horrible product. No wonder why hunters are leaving for other states or just not recruiting into deer hunting from the start. So what do? You make the tough choices. The easy buttons have all been tried. More seasons, more methods of take, more antlerless tags, and less restrictions. All of them have just spread out the harvest, but still fail to improve quality or regulate deer numbers. At some point, less is more. Restrictions and structure guides hunter harvest. Use science and put the needs of the resource first, and hunter satisfaction will follow. Our doe harvest has been an issue for a very long time. We used to have antlerless tag limits of 3, 4, or 5 tags, and hunters actually took more doe. Then, in an attempt to increase doe harvest, many of the county quotas got so high that they never sold out. But it was a big mistake to go to the universal antlerless tag with no structure and no guardrails. Since its inception, the universal antlerless tags have created a negative response from the majority of hunters. With 10 tags for everyone in every corner of the Lower Peninsula and part of the UP, the perception is that the department wants deer wiped out. If their neighbor is taking 10 does, why should they take any? It devalues the importance of does and doe harvest and how valuable they are for the management when there is literal stacks of tags to use. Excessive bag limits have been shown to have the opposite effect of increasing harvest and turn hunters away. There is a way to limit universal antlerless tags while still maintaining our current infrastructure. Indiana and Ohio both have county or DMU-based antlerless bag limits
to regulate deer harvest with no population-based quotas. Their doe harvest rates blow ours out of the water. This is not a wheel that needs to be reinvented. The concept works, and it works well. Antlerless tag limits by county and DMU would combine the structure that we used to have with what we have now. It would give the NRC and the department the ability to change limits in response to natural disasters like bad winters, ice storms, EHD, or a regional deer population decline, something that we cannot do right now. The goal is not to get most hunters to take 4 or 5 does. The goal is to get hunters to take 1 or 2 does than they are taking now. That is it. If instead of 21% of hunters taking 1 doe, if it was 31% of hunters, that would be significant. As of 2020, 65% of hunters didn't even buy an antlerless tag. Not one. No matter what the goal is in any region, there is no statistically significant reason to have a limit over 5. Even 4, really. We have been debating buck regulations that might affect 50-ish% of deer hunters, but yet it's completely unacceptable to set limits that impact 0.3% of hunters. Are DMAPs really the issue here? Or is it something else? No matter how you look at our data, antlerless tag limits are needed, buck tag limits are needed, actual management of the deer is needed. We are out of time to keep pulling the same old levers, expecting different results. Thank you.
Thank you. Elliot, you're up. Pardon me? Did I miss some?
Said 3 inches. All right. Good evening, commissioners. Deer are my bread and butter. I eat, breathe, and sleep this stuff. Always have, always will. Fortunately for me, I got to experience the heydays of the mid-90s, the late 90s, and to the point where we're at now. We spent the last 30 years managing for hunter satisfaction and opportunity. We've been afraid to piss people off. We're not trying to make Michigan the next Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, Iowa, Illinois, because we won't be there. For a lot of us up here that are talking to you guys, we just want to make Michigan the best version Michigan could possibly be. That's all we're trying to get. More hunters today are becoming educated on deer management. No longer are the days where hunters just go out and shoot deer and fill tags and it's easy peasy lemon. The hunters are now chasing things that have changed. Their desires have changed. This is more obvious in the younger generation. Habitat work, food plots going to the ground, involvement in the NRC and the DNR and coming up to speak. The DNR and the NRC are not adapting to the desires of the young and new hunters. The business model of old is broken. The younger generation and so many more hunters want quality and herd health over quantity. All we're asking for is a more natural herd with age structure, density, and sex balance. Yes, we all want better bucks, but without sacrifice to the resource. We want the resource put first and the hunter needs put second. Older and better bucks are a natural byproduct of a natural healthy herd. Throughout the last 10 years, I've had the privilege of building a lot of relationships with biologists, both from Michigan and out of state. Scott, I'm glad you're sitting here. Over the last 5 years, I have built some phenomenal relationships with some amazingly talented biologists that you have. Sarah, Chad, even down to the local guys have been nothing but phenomenal. Questions, anytime, they'll sit down and explain it to me. We truly have some amazing staff. We have a biologist in this state that helped turn Indiana around. He's been here for over a decade. But like so many other biologists, I've seen the politics get in the way of what they could truly actually be able to do. What I have in front of you is some things that I feel like could help turn Michigan around. The combination tag restructuring, which everybody is aware,
has been brought up, making Michigan essentially a $1 tag. Moving the blanket style deer management system to a DMU county-wide antlerless management system with a range of 0 to 5. Season date length and changes, as Josh had made mention, I'd love to see the regular firearm open up the Saturday before Thanksgiving and run 9 days. Muzzle loader to start open up the first Friday in December and only run 5 days. Late archery to open up the day after regular firearm to January 1st, and late antlerless after muzzleloader January 1st, getting rid of all the extended this and the extended that. They don't work. The other thing that I'd like to see is something that Bob Jones brought up about Idaho. To help curtail the non-compliance rate after the end of each season, each hunter must report all unused tags that are unused or face penalty. At that point, we're going to know how many tags were filled and how many tags were not filled. But something that I'd like to bring up with some of the things and why I came up with what I did are conversations I had with Dr. Mike Tonkovich from Ohio. I asked him, I noticed most counties in Ohio are 3 counties, with some being 2 and some being 4. Is there a reason Ohio has the total deer per county as low as it does? He says 2 reasons. Anything above 3 is ineffective, and bag limit increases do nothing but allow folks to feel like they checked the box. They then asked, do you feel like a short length in firearm season will aid in antlerless harvest with Ohio? He says, I couldn't agree more. I've written extensively on the cost of long seasons, but it's fallen on deaf ears. More is always better. Baloney. Not today. Less days, lower bags, less opportunity if you want to kill more deer. You have to create a sense of urgency. With enormous deer populations of 4-month-long seasons, why not sit and wait past hundreds of antlerless deer while waiting for a buck of a lifetime? The other thing that I brought up was the $1. Or, sorry, I'll go back to the bag limit. I don't have any use for excessive bag limits like that, talking about our 10, and I don't believe Chad does either, but agency leaders feel compelled to do something to say they've tried. The average hunter in Michigan likely kills 1.3 deer. Why would you have a 10 deer bag for one person? I'll tell you why. So the farming community thinks you're trying, but in actuality, you're doing more harm than good for 3 reasons. Hunters think that most will take 10 deer if there's a 10 deer bag limit and thus won't harvest the doe for the reasons you mentioned. Second, excessive bags really bother people. And third, excessive bag limits devalue an already devalued doe. I could go on, but thank you.
Thank you. Questions? All right. That concludes our 5-minute sign-ups ahead of time, and today we're going to move into the 3-minute. So Jeff Antes. Oh, is it a 5-minute? Okay.
Commissioners, Director, my name is Jeff Antis. I'm here with Carlton Miller from the Montcalm Quality Deer Cooperative. I'm the president of that co-op. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that kind of stuff because about 12 years ago, I started a little co-op in Bushnell Township in Montcalm County. We called it Bacon Creek Co-op. I don't think none of you guys were around then. I know I was here years ago and talked about that. I tell you that because I listened to my counterparts over here and I agree with every one of them. I agree with every single thing they have to say. There's people out there with different ideas. There's people with different conclusions. There's people out there that are trying to fill their freezer. There's people that don't care about rules and regulations. There's people that don't pay attention to rules and regulations. I watch it firsthand with my neighbors and people in my co-ops. But there's a little place in this state when we hear this that it's not working. Our deer herds are crazy. Our buck to doe ratios are no good. Our carrying capacities are crazy. And I can show you a place where it is. It's in that little Bushnell Township, in that little co-op, where the neighbors work together and use that for deer management. We use deer management in that these little co-ops, and they succeed. We have hunter engagement. We have more girls and women and kids. I could show you success videos. I think I've showed John some before of these kids and these women that are doing this stuff, and it's amazing. It really is. So we got the county co-op. This is kind of an umbrella thing over there, and we do some stuff for our local community with feeding some of the hungry. We donated some venison. We give away some free conifer trees, some free seed for food plots. We do this all to get more people involved. We need change. if you guys want to make hunting better in the state of Michigan, we're going to have to bite the hard bullet, and we're going to have to upset a few people. And we're going to have to make some differences. I, for one, I'm not going to sit up here and tell you that I'm for this or for that. I am for quality deer management. One buck tag all day long, doesn't affect me. Put an APR on it, doesn't affect me. But keeping that combo tag and making the one doe and one buck tag in people's hands, and those people got to think about that buck, are going to be, I'm going to tell you at the ground level, it's going to make people think really quick. And you're going to see probably an increase in doe, especially in some of these other smaller spots. You're going to see an increase in deer harvest. I'm going to tell you, you're going to. And that's what we need to do. And not everywhere needs it. It fluctuates all over the countryside. It can change from one side of the road to the other. But the thing is to get this on a level keel and do this. So thank you guys for your time. I wish I had more time to explain all the stuff with the co-ops, because I've been doing this for so long, but it works. Deer management works, and letting those smaller bucks live works. So thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Dave Pagel.
Commissioners, Director, thanks for the opportunity to chat. My name's Dave Pagel. I'm with Michigan Traditional Bowhunter. We have recently had our winter banquet. There was a Traditional Bowhunters Expo in Kalamazoo last weekend, and I'm involved in a couple different sportsmen's clubs in the southern part of state, Monroe County in particular. And it gave me an opportunity, especially listening to the deer presentation last month, related to a couple of things. One is there is overwhelming support among our members for one buck. Overwhelming support for Rochelle's smaller DMU management of the deer. The only caveat to that would be some of the gentlemen members in the northern lower would like to see some of those numbers smaller than maybe what Rochelle recommended or came in. And I know that's a model here, and they would like to see some of those doe harvest numbers go down. The other thing was that really hit me was the older generation not embracing what changes are being talked about here. I'm in my mid-60s. I've got a number of friends, obviously, that age, but I went out of my way to engage with people in that age group, and I'm not seeing that with the people I talk to. I'm seeing very, very happy people that we're talking about one buck, and we're talking about limiting some of the doe harvests. Some of them have property in southern Michigan, however. One of them has a 400-acre place, and they took 35 does off of their place this year, and they took 30 last year. And they're seeing tremendous quality in the bucks on their place. Another gent in Lenawee County has taken 18 does each of the last 2 years, and they're seeing tremendous, tremendous buck growth on their place. The other thing I'd like to say is the other thing that they're overwhelmingly against is the legislature getting involved in your decisions. I know I work for a company that was a couple $2 billion company, and I managed a General Motors account for them for years. So I understand the difficulty in large organizations, what goes on behind the scenes on a regular basis. But sportsmen do not want to see the legislature get involved in the decisions that you folks are making. And I also would like to say I applaud the hunter safety that you talked about, Mr. Early, with the DNR. I have 2 nephews that I've been mentoring to get into hunting, and they've really been struggling to find a good place to take a hunter safety course. So if it can start going into the schools, it's going to be a tremendous, tremendous situation. So thank you for that, and good luck in your decision making.
Thank you. Craig Hess.
Good afternoon. Regulation changes today are about shaping the hunting culture for the future.
We still have older hunters here who refuse to shoot does. You're not going to change their mindset through any kind of regulation change. We can influence the hunting culture of the newer, current open-minded and future hunters here who are not yet bound to tradition, barstool biology, and outdated and narrow-minded mindsets through regulation changes. Regulations and hunting culture work together hand in hand. When I started deer hunting in the late 90s, almost nobody passed up bucks. It was next to unheard of. It was brown down and we were shooting smoothbore slug guns that shot minute of deer and mostly limited 100 yards. We now have straight wall rifles in zone 3 that have stretched that limit to 300-ish yards. And you can see it in the buck harvest data. The year straight walls entered the scene, the number of second bucks taken started rising, and it's continued to rise, almost doubling in not only zone 3, but zone 2 as well. Widespread habitat work by property owners wasn't what it used to be, or wasn't what it is today. It's everywhere now. Hunters are more interested in balancing buck to bill ratios and harvesting older bucks. Hunters are more interested in quality over quantity. This isn't unique to Michigan. This is happening nationwide. So yes, it is true. We are organically improving in areas. The biggest thing holding us back is archaic regulations that haven't improved with the changing dynamics of deer hunting. We have not had changes to buck regs statewide in 25 years, even though hunting has drastically changed. One buck regs aren't the only answer or some magical cure-all that is going to change the entire game, but it is a step in the right direction to help improve our buck to doe harvest and improving age structure. Our entire license system and season structures need to be looked at as hunting culture and hunting equipment continues to improve and make us far more efficient at hunting than we've ever been. Every lever available to increase doe harvest has been pulled except limiting buck harvest. The 10 universal antlers tags for the LP sends a perception to hunters that others are or could be over harvesting antlers, even though perception hasn't matched reality. Lastly, per the DNR hunter satisfaction data, the lowest stat was size of antlers seen, which was under 30%. The second lowest stat was number of antler deer seen, which had a 35% satisfaction rating. By and large, whether you're a self-proclaimed meat hunter or trophy hunter, as they say, antlers matter. It's not about the number of second bucks being killed. It's the thought process of the first buck. The mulligan buck mentality absolutely exists here. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Sickingen.
Mic on? Okay, so I'm here with a little different perspective for me for the day. First of all, it's nice to meet to see all these faces. I've been only in this about 7 years, and I think there's only 2 people on here that have been here as long as I have. I see that as an improvement because we had such a bad last couple of years, that I see the new people as a good thing. In my conversations with different commissioners, I felt more than ever, it's still got a long way to go, don't get me wrong, more than ever, I need to listen and work with the people. So I applaud you all for that. I'd like to get to know the new commissioner when I get some time. But one other thing that I'm always here harping on, and I'm still on it, is going to the more digital stuff. Now turkeys, they told us 2 years ago, when we went to turkey digital license, it wouldn't change anything else. Now 2 years later, now they want us to report digitally. First of all, you hear the people talk about how the digital deer system isn't working. Now they're copying that. So then I look online today about your website last night, and I'm looking at your setup, and you haven't even updated who our new wildlife chief or enforcement officer is, Brandon Key. He made all these presentations today, but online last night it still said Haynes. And that's my problem with the digital stuff with the DNR department. It's slow, it's behind, and it's very hard for me to use. I don't know about anybody else, but it's very difficult for me to use, and I'm trying to learn on a regular basis. But I will say that it is turning the older hunters away more than the other stuff, I think. The hunters that with the DAT, I've been going from sporting goods stop to restaurant to bar and asking people what they feel. The most thing they feel about is the number of regulations and they don't understand. And they're getting turned off to hunting because they don't get it. So I would like to challenge the director to get the chiefs and stuff more answerable. And an example I just had was with the turkey chief, where he told me I was wrong. He called me a lot of names. I don't have a problem with that. Me and him were going at it. But the bottom line is I was right. And I ran into that a lot in this system, where you call up and you try to talk to somebody and they're automatically, they're right and you're wrong, and they don't listen. So that's a management issue from where I come from, managing print shop. That's a management issue, and it's a hard issue to deal with. But I would like to see the department become more user friendly. And because of the internet and all that stuff, it should be easier to do than in the post. Thank you for your time. Oh, Becky, I probably got you a lot of emails sent, but the people commented back that you answered them.
Thank you. We do read those emails, by the way, and I try and at least acknowledge that I've received them, but I have a whole bunch that I have not done that on most recently, because I got to tell you, they've been coming in furious, so I will get to it though. Dan Elfig.
My name is Dan Alfig. I am authorized to represent the Midwest region of the Council of Carpenters, the Carpenters Union. I can tell you they for the $1 rule, they're for earn a buck, they're for muzzle loaders during muzzle loader season, and they're for consolidation of hunting seasons. That's out of the way. Now, what we're doing is not working. Let me take you back to the spring of 2023. We're at the Higgins Lake Ram Center, and we're having a meeting about deer regulations, and the new deer regulations are about to be passed. And like this meeting, a lot of impassioned shareholders were up here pleading for change. The commissioners listened, but it seemed like all they wanted to do was placate the unwashed masses. Their mind was already made up. The leadership was very reluctant to stand up and challenge, and they voted, are you ready for it, for status quo. Status quo. Nothing changed. That meeting launched a torrent of criticism of the NRC and the DNR. A distrust of the NRC and DNR was a direct result of that meeting. That Higgins Lake meeting unleashed an avalanche of keyboard warriors excoriating the NRC and the DNR, all because people wouldn't stand up for change. That was a different NRC. We now have the next commissioners and leadership we have new commissioners and leadership in the DNR and the NRC. We have a lot of new people. And I'm encouraged by the response and the engagement that the current leaders are demonstrating. We never want to hear the word status quo again. And we all hope you have the courage to do the right thing and initiate changes. Because what you're doing is not working. The product you're peddling is unsatisfactory. Numbers are going down. We can make them go up. That's all I have.
Well, I suppose I could just say ditto to all my colleagues over here to the right of me, and we'd all get home for dinner a little sooner tonight, but took the day off and drove the 90 minutes over here, so I figure I'm obligated to give my 3 minutes. It's time for a paradigm shift here in Michigan, where we've been focusing our entire deer management objectives around quantity versus quality, and it hasn't worked. And I think it's time for us to switch over to start thinking more about quality. It pains me to say this, but for those of you that follow this, Michigan's the laughingstock amongst the deer hunting community in the Midwest. I don't like saying it, but the surveys show it. I mean, our satisfaction rates are between 20 and 50%, depending on the topic. Other states are between like 80 and 90%. I'd love to get there. My dad used to tell me that if you want to be successful, do what successful people do. You want to be skinny? Do what skinny people do, right? So what are these other states doing that Michigan isn't doing? Well, it's a whole host of things. And we've talked about a lot of them here today already, but just a few of them. They have later gun season starts. They have one buck. They have shorter duration of gun seasons. They have true muzzleloading seasons, so on and so forth. Do I think that we're going to get these all implemented? No, I don't. But a couple of them. One buck rule would be huge, and a later gun season start. I believe those two would have the biggest impact to achieve these management objectives. And why this is so key timing-wise is because of this commission right here that sits in front of me. I promise you I'm not saying this to butter you up, but Chair Humphreys, I've told you personally how fantastic your leadership has been since you've joined them. It's just a 180. Thank you for that. Collectively as a whole, if I could I'll draft the documents for lifetime contracts that keep you all up here for the next 10 years. But in 3 years, the reality of it is a lot of you probably ain't going to be up here the next time we talk about this. So the timing is now. You have already established legacy with what you've done with coyotes, and I thank you for that. And now it's time to cement that legacy even further on the deer regs, and I know you're all the ones to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone who provided comments both in writing and orally. That completes our public appearance portion of the meeting, and it is 2:15. Commissioners, we don't have a lot of action. Does anybody need a break before we move on? All right, we're going to keep going then. Okay. There are no items for information for the director this month. Director's matters, there are 5 land transactions this month. Do you plan to sign all the land transactions?
I do.
Okay. There are 2 new orders for the director and the NRC this month. We have presentations on those. As we mentioned, amendment number 2 will be up for possible action next month, and amendment number 3 will be after that. We'll carry it over. There's 1 item for the director's action. Do you plan to sign land use order amendment number 1 of 2026? I believe that's the forest road inventory.
I do.
Any questions or comments on any of that? We had a presentation on it last month. Okay, hearing none, we'll move to committee reports. You all participated in the finance committee, so I'd like to thank staff for bringing that information forward. Greatly appreciate it and look forward to our next meeting. Wildlife Committee.
We have met several times, just the 3 of us via phone call, conference call, and have developed some good things that we foresee moving forward. And I'll get to that in a minute. But we have also met with both chairs of the DAT just to get their perception and concepts on what they're talking about. I found that to be incredibly helpful in us making our own decisions amongst ourselves of the 3. And also met with staff on a variety of different topics, including the nuisance animal list moving into a management season with some incredible negotiating. And I applaud the staff and Brooke especially for the hard work that everyone did to get to it, the end result. I think we're going to have something that is very positive and forthcoming when we get this over the finish line. So what the Wildlife Committee has been working on first is a set of goals on what we would like to achieve in moving forward with deer regulations. And we have also made a list of potential, and I do say potential, regulation changes. We are still in negotiation on the regulation changes, but I'm going to read the goals publicly so that you all get a better idea and understanding of where we're coming from. I'm going to then send that to all the commissioners for their review, and I would hope that next month, with some care and understanding, that we are able to then vote on that and pass the goals next month. So number one goal is to improve the buck structure in Michigan. Number two, to manage antlerless deer by according to the sustainability and habitat by DMU. 3, improve a buck to doe ratio. 4, facilitate collaboration with the department to improve winter habitat and include with partnership like the UP Winter Deer Habitat Work Group to get to a point of improved habitat where needed. And 5, improve hunter satisfaction. I think many folks downplayed that today, but I think that's a very key element. The hunters in our are our customer, and we need to bring a quality product to those customers. So 5 goals, I think they're attainable, I think they're achievable, and I'll share this list with the other commissioners at the conclusion of our meeting. That concludes my Wildlife Committee report.
Thank you. Commissioner Fewens, I know you haven't had an opportunity to have a Fisheries Committee report or meeting, but would you like to, anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, just real briefly, we haven't had a meeting lately, but I have had the opportunity to reach out to Chief Claremont and Dr. Lucas and had some preliminary conversations on maybe how to better facilitate what's coming down the pipeline for any new changes and to try to disseminate that information a little bit quicker to the commission. That way we have ample time to ask questions, get clarifications on anything that we need, just in order to be better prepared and more informed as we move forward. Obviously, it was a good conversation. Chief Claremont was excited. I'm excited. There's a few things that are on my to-do list that I want to start working with the fisheries team on, but it was a good conversation. So thank you.
Thank you. And I should add, Chief Claremont sent me a text. He's got flu in his household, so he sends his apologies. He is not here, and we're probably all darn glad of that at this point. All right, so we'll go down and do commissioner reports. Commissioner Walter.
As you could imagine, I've been extremely busy talking with a lot of different folks and read all the emails that have come in. What I'm grateful for is the passion that folks have, one side of the aisle or the other. They're all, everybody's passionate, and I thoroughly applaud the respect given and taken. It means a lot. So we're going to continue to work hard. We're going to continue to try to get a very good result in May. And if you have any further questions, comments, concerns, you know how to get a hold of me. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Eister, I know this is your first meeting and you don't probably have a great deal. Hopefully we haven't scared you off too bad at this first meeting, but do you have anything that you'd like to say?
No, I really don't. It's just an honor to be here. It's an interesting first meeting. I had a chance to meet some of the DNR staff. I'll be meeting with a lot more people in the next coming months and trying to get up to speed on some of these issues and as the commission moves forward. So
great. Well, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you. Commissioner.
Yes, just to echo what Commissioner Walters has said, we've been working hard. I'm on the Wildlife Committee along with Commissioner Nyberg, and we've been very careful not to violate the Meetings Act, but we've called a lot of other commissioners and talked about the changes that we want to make. I've heard a lot of those ideas today. We have little variations to them, but speaking as this commissioner, we look forward to having some change made this season and in the future season, so we can make a better product.
Commissioner Fewens.
Just like my fellow commissioners, been bombarded with emails and phone calls this last month, good conversations. Just to let everyone know, when I get contacted directly, I do my best to follow up with the individual. I know, Rochelle, I just emailed you last night at some point, looking at your information. I appreciate you sharing that. Anything that comes through the NRC mailbox, I read, but I don't necessarily respond to all of those. The sheer volume just is prohibitive on doing that, but I do take the time to read all that communication. And just in general, to echo what Commissioner Walters and Erdley had said, I'm very committed to doing something here. And the status quo is not working. But the devil's in the details. And I think the commission is trying to take a very slow and measured approach to look at all the different nuances from the different regions in the state and what those needs are in making these decisions. Because, you know, we want to get it right just as much as all of you do. And it's easy to say one or two changes and you're getting it right. But I think most of us in this room know it's a lot more complicated than that. So we're doing our level best to try to work through this and making sure that we're looking out for the resource, making sure we're doing it by the different regions of the state. One other thing just to mention real quick, I did represent the commission with a meeting back in January that was between the 1836 tribal signatories and the department, looking at the potential of whether or not the inland hunting decree should be opened back up. This is just the second meeting in that process and really kind of feeling out what some of the tribes wants and desires are with any potential changes. So that's very early in this process. I know the department was almost ready to send a follow-up in writing to the tribal partners. I'm not sure if that went out this week or not. I know it was close to being ready to follow up with them. Yeah, and just really looking at moving that dialogue forward together as true partners from government to government relationship.
Thank you. Commissioner Nyberg.
Yeah, it's been, this has been a good meeting and again, not to be a broken record, but to what Commissioner Walters and Erdley shared and others, you know, the Wildlife Committee is active and appreciate the opportunity to talk with a variety of stakeholders, including the chairs of the DAT subcommittees. Is that, you know, the one person now serving on the commission from the Upper Peninsula, I'd like to talk a little bit about that. I usually do. First of all, it's been a proper winter here in Michigan and certainly in the Upper Peninsula. Good for skiing, snowmobiling, ice fishing, maybe not so good for deer. Deer's been topic today. Chair Humphreys brought that up earlier in the meeting with respect to her inquiry on the Winter Severity Index. I think according to the National Weather Service Bureau in Marquette, we're at over 170 inches of snowfall already this year, which is about 80 over where we were last year and probably about 35 to 40% over normal. So we have plenty of winter left, including those critical late winter, spring months where our whitetail are more vulnerable. So that's fresh in my mind, especially as we talk about the 3-year deer reg cycle. You know, really do appreciate the dialogue and a lot of the discussion today and that was presented by people providing comment. You know, it also makes me think a little bit about what some of my predecessors and stakeholders in the UP did back in 2008 by establishing a conservative approach to the combo tag in the UP, which has been in place for quite some time.
Mm-hmm.
Less than 2% of hunters are successful in filling their combo tag in the UP. I know that percentage is higher in the other parts of the state. But what I've heard, and again, admittedly anecdotally, that a lot of people who purchase the combo license do so because they like to preserve that freedom of having extra opportunity for hunting, you know, in the small chance that they have a successful mature harvest in the doe and the bow season, or they want to go to camp and they want to be able to hunt and maybe they run into that buck of a lifetime. That's a common conversation. I know it seems maybe it's a cultural one, I don't know, but the combo license is very popular, and the regular tag is 3+ and the restricted tag is 4+. And there's also an option to buy a single buck tag. And so that's a very popular arrangement, especially when you're looking at the overall success of the successful harvest of 2 bucks. Something that I'm thinking about and wondering, how these regulations might pertain to that situation in the UP. With all of that said too, I think we can all recognize that in winter regions of the state that are much more, where whitetail populations are much more impacted by predators and winter severity. There are a lot of things outside of our control. Regulations are something that we have as a tool, but habitat, winter severity, and being mindful of that, and predator management is also very important. So again, appreciated how some of those aspects were integrated into the goals that our chairman, John Walters, shared for the Wildlife Committee. So with all of that said, I'll wrap it up and say we once again have kind of a big weekend in Marquette. This week it's the UP 200 Sled Dog Championship, so a lot of people make their way up north for that, and it's it's a very busy time. It's a fun time, but it's also a great time to build more relationships. The UP Whitetails banquet is on Saturday. The UP Sportsman Alliance meeting is on Saturday, and so there'll be plenty more conversation around conservation throughout the week in the northern part of the state. So thanks again, and we'll see you next month.
Thank you, Director Bowen. Nothing to add. All right, well, I've been busy reading a lot of email notes, and I'll be headed up to the Upper Peninsula for all the various meetings and the UP 200. So should be a good weekend. With that, thank you everyone for your time today. Greatly appreciate it. It is 2:31. May I have a motion to?
Madam Chair, just one comment before we depart, and that is, regardless of what you believe we ought to do, not everybody's going to get what they want, and just recognize that there's going to be some people that are not happy, and we recognize that already. So take a deep breath, exhale. It's February. We're not going to this until May, so please be patient with us. We'll be patient with you, but take a deep breath. Thank you.
I'll move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 We stand adjourned.